aircraft have come a long way over the past several decades. Once, they were relegated to toy status and for military use. But now, there are many different applications for UAS use being studied, like package delivery, helping with crop production, disaster relief, and even transporting people. With this increase in UAS numbers, the FAA realized that integrating these remote-controlled and autonomous aircraft needs to be prioritized.
Well, NASA has a dual purpose in this. One is to do the basic research that is required to understand what is needed to integrate the UAS into the NAS and to help us do the early research to determine what other regulations are needed, the policies, the guidelines, those types of things, and what's the information we need in order to issue waivers and certifications and those things. At the same time, they also have a responsibility or a goal to assist industry in letting them know what's necessary for them to produce and operate UASs in the national airspace.
So with the help of NASA and the aviation industry, new, small, lightweight, and low-powered sensors to help conventional aircraft and UAVs detect and avoid one another are being evaluated.
That's safe, but also that they enable the utilization of aircraft and technologies that really benefit the American public. And it's clear there's a lot of industry pull for the FAA to come up with rulemaking and some standards that would enable some of these newer platforms, these newer use cases. And so if there turns out there's a use case for delivering a pizza, we want to make sure that the FAA has come up with a way to do that safely. If there's a use case to get your birthday present delivered to your front door by an unmanned vehicle, we want to make sure that the FAA has enough information to really be able to allow a company to do that safely. And so these demonstrations were really meant to look at those enabling technologies, figure out maybe what the pitfalls and what some of the limitations are, but ultimately to inform the FAA so that they can do the rulemaking that's needed that will really open up some of these markets.
So detect and avoid, in particular, manned pilots have a responsibility to see and avoid other aircraft when they're flying in the airspace. And when you take the pilot and put them remotely in a ground control station, we still have that responsibility. And so pilots we need to use other sensors to detect other aircraft and then develop algorithms to help them determine how to avoid those other aircraft.
As Jay mentioned, one of the primary safety concerns with integrating these new systems is the inability of remote operators to see and avoid other aircraft. On all flights with pilots on board, the FAA requires the crew to be aware of all other surrounding aircraft, either visually or using onboard instrumentation. In addition to instruments, the pilot physically looks out the window to help safely avoid other aircraft. Because unmanned aircraft literally don't have a pilot on board, NASA and its partners have been working on concepts and designs that will allow safe operation within the national airspace. That is where FT6 comes in. Since 2011, NASA has incrementally been evaluating how to help remote pilots safely detect and avoid other aircraft by systematically testing and developing new concepts and standards.
From the very beginning, of course, the first thing was to essentially integrate the payload, which is the detect and avoid system, into the aircraft. Once we did that, then we go through a series of system checkout flights just to make sure everything's working. Whatever we learn from that in terms of from a safety standpoint and also from a functionality standpoint, then we make corrections and basically improve on that. Once we verify that the system is working, then the next step is to essentially introduce intruder aircraft to verify that the displays and the alert and guidance systems work and get feedback from the pilots as well. And those rehearsals basically are to set up for what we call the full mission, where we are right now in that phase.
In this final phase of FT6, NASA and its partners will be working to support development of minimum operational performance standards, or MOPS, for detect and avoid for medium-sized UASs utilizing small, lightweight, and low-power sensors.
From our side, we're pushing the boundaries for this small aircraft. We're trying to fly a radar that's small, tiny, and trying to pick up aircraft, and they're trying to define what that is. Again, it's a brand new radar, state-of-the-art systems. They don't really exist out there. Low swap systems don't really exist for aircraft. When you're dealing with smaller aircraft, a lot of it's hobby grade type of systems, avionics. A lot of it's not conducted to flying real aircraft. But now that we're actually trying to fly in the national airspace, we need to put real avionics on there, things that are tested to FAA certification, and that's pushing the boundary. I think that's what we're doing here with this low swap system.
So how is the NASA team pushing the boundaries? By using a number of unique control centers, piloted aircraft, and a UAS with a large number of flight hours to supply the needed information for integration. FT6 is a multi-dimensional test with many different groups of researchers and pilots working together to make sure the test goes according to plan. During each flight, there are several different researchers in different control rooms monitoring the flight, and there are also at least 3 layers of pilots in the air and on the ground. To better understand this complex dance, let's first look at the UAS that is being used. For this round of testing, NASA decided to use the Navmar Applied Sciences Tiger Shark XP UAS. This is a medium-sized aircraft with a wingspan of nearly 22 feet and can stay aloft for 12 hours. It's controlled remotely using a ground-based cockpit and has been equipped with a smoke-generating system to assist the intruder pilot with visibility and an early developmental low-swap nose-mounted radar built by Honeywell that will use a fixed-phase array to steer the radar beam electronically.
The Tiger Shark is a Group 3 unmanned aerial vehicle, 500-pound weight class, and it has been used as basically an R&D platform to enable NASA and NASA's partners to test various pieces of software and hardware to help develop standard operating procedures for integrating UAS into the national airspace relative to detect and avoid technology component.
Because this UAS platform has such a long and stable track record, the FT6 team felt that its reliability would allow them to focus their expertise on testing rather than worrying about building their own UAS. One of the most intriguing aspects of this test is the different roles and assignments performed by the team flying the UAS. The Navmar team pilots the aircraft during the initial takeoff and landing phase, but after the craft is airborne, control of the UAS is handed off to NASA pilots. The subject pilots that take over the flight are not aware of when intrusions into the airspace would occur, making it realistic to what pilots in the NAS would experience.
Open Center NASA 01, deviating for traffic 170. Open Center NASA 01, clear of conflict heading 030.
They must be able to react quickly without anticipating a solution to a scenario before the encounter has even occurred.
This is a subject pilot station, so what they're observing is the on-ship aircraft, and then they'll see intruder aircraft. The aircraft are generated by either virtually from Ames, and that's just to add background traffic to kind of create a real airspace system. And then you have real traffic that's picked up by the aircraft systems, and that's injected through the payload, and it comes into the system too. So they're getting a mix of both real traffic and virtual traffic. And all they're doing is essentially flying this mission. They'll get intruders coming in and causing traffic alerts. If it's a yellow alert, they'll either talk to ATC and move But if it's a red alert, they'll move immediately, then talk to ATC and coordinate on the way back. This is all done in Oakland airspace in a virtual environment from their side, even though they're flying the real aircraft with real intruders.
We were actually able to gather a lot of the metrics that you would normally gather in a lab, but in this case, a real atmospheric flight. And that's what we call live, virtual, and constructive. We had the live component, which is the live UAS and the live intruder. The constructive, which were traffic, simulated aircraft that were moving in the airspace. And then virtual, which were actually people who were flying simulated aircraft and talking over the radio. And all those things combined to create a really immersive test environment.
So this is the Mobile Operations Facility 5, MOF 5. So this is the NASA Ground Control Station. That's where we execute all the flight testing, all the missions conducted from this. So this system's interface to the Navmar ground station. It's interfaced to the LVC environment, and it's interfaced to the comm system here at Armstrong. So it, again, interfaces to all the systems and allows us to communicate with everything. So from here, once the aircraft's airborne, our pilots take control of the aircraft, move it into the airspace, and then after that, control is transferred to the subject pilot that's on this side of the station. And this is where we conduct the mission, the full mission for the flight test. And so the subject pilot is not familiar with the system, and that's done on purpose. It's a human factors research. We need trained pilots to actually monitor the airspace and make sure that we're still flying in real airspace. And in an actual Edwards Air Force Base, there's actually other missions going on in the background. So we need our pilot test to manage that part of the test and call it off if they need to, or take control of the aircraft if there's an actual emergency up in the air, or there's another mission that's intruding.
These piloted aircraft are not only employed as chase planes, but are used to intrude in the airspace around the UAS to test the detect and avoid system. During these flights, intruder aircraft intentionally fly very close passing encounters to the UAS, which trigger the DAA alerting and guidance. These encounters test the detect and avoid procedures, helping researchers develop performance standards to address such scenarios. Typical test day starts off in the early morning hours. The team starts with a T0 briefing. During this time, all team members go over all the test parameters for the day. Once that briefing is complete, everyone goes to their respective locations, such as control rooms or to the aircraft. When everyone is ready, there is a comm check over a specific frequency. Meanwhile, the Tiger Shark is towed out to the lake bed for launch, while the intruder aircraft are preparing for takeoff. Once on the lake bed, a series of tests are performed on the aircraft to ensure it is safe and ready to fly. When all these tests are complete, the ready call is given, and the aircraft is set for takeoff.
And we have good RPMs, good systems, brakes off.
On this cold, clear morning, the aircraft takes flight without a problem to begin the day's test. Once airborne, the Navmar team hands over control to the test pilots to fly the mission for the day.
PUT, this is AVP on mission, ready for handover.
PUT, ready for handover.
Your aircraft, just a reminder.
PUT has the aircraft, we'll go.
In the various control rooms, teams of researchers are monitoring the system while intruder aircraft begin the incursions into the UAS airspace.
Tiger 50310 heading as approved.
Right turn 320, 335.
On this day, each pilot sees the incursions and properly guides the aircraft away from the intruders.
Correction, right turn 350.
This test continued for several hours, with numerous intrusions occurring. As the test winds down, flight control is given back to the NAVMAR team, who then brings the Tiger Shark back for a perfect landing.
I've seen a trend so far working in the industry, and it's only continues to climb. When I first started, quadcopters or large UAS weren't really a thing, and now we've flown a large UAS in the national airspace for the first time, and now we're working towards integrating a smaller class UAS into the national airspace as well. Eventually, everybody wants to jump in a taxi and have it airlift you from building to building. This technology, this detect and avoid technology, will really help that and conduct it safely.
Over the course of this comprehensive testing, NASA and the FAA have amassed an enormous amount of data, allowing safe, efficient integration of these systems into the national airspace. This type of result is not unusual for NASA and its partners. Over the past 60 years, this organization has continued to push the boundaries in science, engineering, and technology. While the presence of drones and unmanned aircraft begins to populate the skies, NASA will continue to test, evaluate, and pursue a safe and efficient airspace that will coexist with commercial and private aircraft. What many thought was science fiction will soon become science fact as these aircraft become a part of our everyday lives.
What the president's budget means for NASA, a record-setting astronaut returns safely to Earth, and the next commercial crew mission to the space station. A few of the stories to tell you about this week at NASA. During the March 28th State of NASA address at our Kennedy Space Center, Administrator Bill Nelson highlighted what President Biden's fiscal year 2023 budget request for NASA means for the agency.
It's a signal of support of our missions in a new era of exploration and discovery.
The budget will strengthen NASA's position as a global leader in exploration, science, technology innovation, and discovery. It will enable Artemis missions to the moon that will prepare us for human missions to Mars. It will also further scientific discovery within our solar system and beyond. The budget will enhance our ability to better understand climate change, provide support for commercial space activities, help the U.S. maintain its leading role in aeronautics research, connect with students through STEM education, and promote diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility.
I'm just constantly inspired by the can-do spirit that guides our agency. And I'm proud to say that the state of NASA is strong.
NASA's Mark Vande Hei wrapped up a 355-day stay on the International Space Station, setting a record for the longest single space flight by an American astronaut. After undocking from the space station on March 30th, Vande Hei returned safely to Earth with Roscosmos cosmonauts Pyotr Dubrov, who launched to the station with Vande Hei in April 2021, and Anton Shkaplerov. The astronauts of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission are continuing preparations for their upcoming launch to the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, along with European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, discussed their mission with the media on March 31st. They are targeted to launch on a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft no earlier than April 20th from Kennedy Space Center. Teams at our Kennedy Space Center are focusing efforts on the final major test for the agency's Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft ahead of the uncrewed Artemis 1 moon mission. With the rocket and Orion at the launch pad, the multi-day wet dress rehearsal test gives teams the opportunity to practice a full launch countdown, fill and drain the rocket's fuel tanks, and other activities they might need to perform on the day of the actual launch. Our Hubble Space Telescope has detected light from the farthest star seen to date. The star, nicknamed Earendel, existed within the first billion years after the birth of the universe in the Big Bang. Earendel, whose light has taken 12.9 billion years to reach Earth, is quite a bit farther than the previous farthest star ever seen. That star, discovered by Hubble in 2018, existed when the universe was about 4 billion years old. That's what's up this week at NASA. For more on these and other stories, follow us on the web at nasa.gov/TWAN.
This is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
We are ready for the event. How do you hear me?
Houston ACR, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Houston ACR. How do you hear me?
I've got you loud and clear. How me?
Got you loud and clear as well. Please stand by for opening remarks.
Hi, my name is Khalees Roberts. My question is, do you hear sounds in space?
Hello, Clarice. How are you doing? We do hear sounds in space. We are inside of a spaceship that has air in it, and therefore we can hear. We need air to be able to hear it. So when we're in a space suit, we are out in space, but still we have a little bubble of air in our helmets. And so, yes, I can hear my fan going inside my spacesuit. Any sound my spacesuit generates, I can hear. But in the vacuum of space, outside our spaceship, outside of my spacesuit, can't hear a thing. There's no air, and therefore it's completely silent.
Hi, my name is Whitney. My question for you is, what is the most unusual thing you've seen in space?
That is hard to answer, the most unusual thing I've seen in space, because we see amazing and delightful things every day, even inside of our space station. But the thing that surprised me the most, I think, was I was looking out the window and something went flashing right by the space station, it looked like. Turned out it was a shooting star, but it was towards the Earth. It was between the space station and the Earth. I was very surprised to see a shooting star below me instead of looking up in the sky at night.
Hi, my name is Grace, and my question is, do you feel any pressure, like from your clothes, while in zero gravity?
Very interesting question. Yes, you can feel your clothes, but you feel it in different places. My shirt right now is kind of rising up and touching the bottoms of my arms. And so I can feel clothes on me, but it just feels like it's touching me in different places than it would if I were standing on the ground or sitting on the ground.
Hi, my name is Keon Lear. My question is, have you found any evidence of plant life in space?
Well, you may know that we grow plants here on the space station. We've done that many times before. So outside of the space station on other planets, on other planetary bodies or asteroids, there's been no evidence that NASA or others have found of plant life. No evidence of life, at least as we know it, there yet. However, the building blocks for life, such as carbon molecules and slightly complex carbon atoms and molecules, we have found. We found methane on Mars, for instance. We found potential evidence of having water on another planet before, on Mars, for instance. So that means that the building blocks of life do exist on other planets and other places, and it just remains to be seen if we're going to find life, such as plants or anything more complex than that, elsewhere in our solar system or in the universe.
Hi, my name is Keilani, and my question is, how would you describe the sunset and sunrise in space?
Well, it's very fast. The sunset and the sunrise is up here. It only takes a few seconds to go by. As you probably know, we experience about 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets every 24-hour period, every day. And it just takes a few seconds to go by. But it's very beautiful because it's a very bright light. The sun just comes straight into our windows and into our eyes. You don't even want to look at it. But then you see a beautiful blue ribbon of the atmosphere as the sun starts to rise, and then you can see the Earth start to glow below us with colors and clouds that you've seen from Earth, pink in the clouds and deep blues, and then it looks like morning, and then you have a bright daylight, and then the sunset looks a little bit like it does on Earth, except it's happening below us out the window with beautiful golds and reds, and then suddenly the sun is gone and we're in darkness.
Hi, my name is Anthony. My question is, can you bring animals into space?
Yes, we can bring animals in space. We've done that before. We've brought mice up here before. We've brought insects. A number of animals that we've actually studied since we've been here on previous missions as well. And it's very important to understand how all animals live up here, including humans. And so the space station can support that life. And we have everything we need to be able to have animals live up here with us and to be able to study them. And it's kind of nice sometimes when we have those extra crewmates aboard.
Hi, my name is Makai Ware, and my question is, are there any other planets that can support life?
We don't know if there are other planets that can support life, but we want to find out. And the James Webb Telescope is up there to look for one thing, to look for that, look for signatures in planets that are orbiting other stars. It seems that there is evidence that Mars could have in the past supported life, because there is evidence that water used to be on Mars. Given the chance with so many stars and so many planets, I think one of these days we're going to find out that, yes, there is evidence for life on another planet. But we'll wait and see. It'll be a very exciting discovery.
Hi, my name is Diane, and my question is, do you stargaze in space?
We try to stargaze in space. We're very busy. And to look at the stars on the space station, because it's bright inside with the lights on, we have to go to a window and wait for a while for our eyes to adjust to the darkness. If we have enough time to do that, which might take about 5 minutes, then we can see some beautiful stars. It's probably see more stars than if you were to go outside of a city into a field somewhere on a cold winter night and look up on the cloudless sky and see millions and millions of stars. It looks a bit like that. The difference is that the stars don't twinkle. So it's very surprising when you look at them. There's no atmosphere for the starlight to come through. And the planets look like steady red colored dots, which is quite surprising as well. So when we get a chance, we try to stargaze in space.
Hi, my name's Kaylin Njoku, and my question is, when did you learn how to play the guitar, and can you play in space?
I started playing the guitar when I was 17 years old, once I had gotten to college. And I do have a guitar here with me. I didn't bring it up. There's just one already up here. So I have had a chance to play just a little bit. There's not a lot of time to play guitar, but it's fun when I get a chance to play.
Hi, my name is Angela. My question is, what would you consider to be the most challenging adjustment you had to make to travel to space and to stay at the International Space Station?
So there are a lot of adjustments to make, not only leaving Earth, but then living in zero-G. The hardest part about leaving Earth, probably an adjustment you have to make, is saying goodbye to all your friends and family. The hardest part about coming to the space station is you arrive and it's almost like you're starting life all over again. You have to learn how to dress. You have to learn how to eat without getting food all over yourself. You have to learn how to go to the bathroom. You have to learn how to move around. I'm holding myself down with my toes right now, and I had to learn how to do that and get adjusted to it. So just doing the day-to-day things, and on top of that, getting a lot of work done, as we do in the laboratory up here on the space station, putting that all together is quite challenging and quite an adjustment when we get to the space station.
Hi, my name is Cortez. My question is, since you orbit the Earth 16 times per day, how do you know what time to go to sleep and wake up?
Well, you might not be surprised to find out we go to sleep and wake up when the ground and mission controls around the Earth, when they tell us to. So we've all decided to set our time at Greenwich Mean Time, which is about the time that London is in. And so we just set our clocks to that. And humans are pretty adaptable, so we're able to change our clock for wake up or going to sleep whenever we need to. So that's what we do. We wake up at Greenwich Mean Time at about 6 a.m. The ground tells us to, so our alarms go off then, and we get to work.
Hi, my name is Tyler, but you can call me Ty.
My question is, how do you avoid collisions with moving objects in space?
Hi, Ty. There are a lot of really smart people with very powerful radars that are watching almost everything that's orbiting the Earth and tracking them for us. It's called the Space Surveillance Network. So what they're doing is tracking objects, and if they think an object is getting close to the space station, they have a lot of complex mathematical algorithms that say, hey, there's this chance. They put a number to it. There's this amount of chance this object is going to hit the space station. And so we've decided, and NASA management and others have decided that if the risk is getting to be a little bit too high, we might have to move the space station out of the way. Fortunately, as the object gets closer, we get a better idea if it really is going to hit the space station. And usually we don't have to move to get out of the way, but sometimes we do. But those powerful radars are very essential now in the modern space age for us to be able to stay up here safely in space.
Hello, my name is Royce Workman, and my question is, what is your daily schedule on the space station?
Hi, Royce. Every day is busy, and every day is different. And every 5 minutes sometimes is different. I've done about 15 totally different things today already. Usually we do what you would do on a day, wake up, brush our teeth, eat breakfast. We kind of do a little bit of homework, maybe read the news, but then we go to work. And we'll be working, I think, a total of about 14 hours a day. Work includes exercising. We have to spend about 2.5 hours a day exercising. But we have our meals like you do on the ground, and at the end of the day, we have a little bit of time to talk and enjoy each other's company, but we're pretty tired, and so we go to bed at that point.
Hi, my name is Sayla, and my question is, are you doing any research on how microbial life develops in space?
Hi, Sayla. Yes, as a matter of fact, we do, and we're doing it right now. There's an experiment called biofilms, which we're trying to understand how these bacterial mats, or bacteria that all fit together in a flat plane that can grow on things, especially with water in them on the ground, can happen in space as well. We want to understand how that works because we'd like to protect the hardware and ourselves from this bacteria that grows. So it turns out, though, that cells grow differently in space because there's no gravity and there's also radiation hitting them. And that's actually important for understanding how bacteria grow on the ground as well. So we've been discovering a lot of things because of this unique environment, high radiation, and unable to feel the effects of gravity. We've been able to learn quite a bit about how bacteria live and grow.
Hello, my name is Nadir Williams, and my question is, what projects are you currently working on while aboard the International Space Station?
Hi, Nadir. It's kind of hard to choose what to tell you about. I just last week was working on this combustion chamber. It's actually a big chamber that's protected from us, and we're protected from it, but that's where we can start fires, small fires, with a lot of cameras and sensors to totally understand how a fire forms in zero-G. And that's pretty important for understanding how fires propagate on the ground as well. And this is the only place we can remove the effects of gravity. I was involved in a skin study trying to figure out how skin ages. It seems like with all the radiation up here that we age, maybe, and our skin ages probably faster than it does on the ground. So I had skin cells that I was working with and giving them food and letting them grow, and scientists on the ground are going to study those as well. I've done a lot of ultrasound experiments up here, and some of my favorite are the capillary flow experiments that we've done in the past to understand how fluid moves with under capillary force control, and that has a wide implications on space engines and even medical devices on Earth. But there's experiments going on all the time.
Hi, my name is King Demetrius, and my question for you today is, how do you work out in space with zero gravity?
Well, it's really important for us to stay in shape, keep our bones and muscles strong, because they would waste away since we don't feel the pressure of gravity. We have three main devices: a stationary bike. It looks like a stationary bike, except it doesn't have a seat because there's nothing to sit on. We have a treadmill, It's on the wall, actually, and that treadmill allows us to practice walking and continue to run and stay in shape that way. We have bungees that hold us down tight. Well, one of the best machines is our weightlifting machine, and that one uses vacuum pistons to push against us, kind of like if you were trying to open up a clamshell, pushing us together from both sides, and we have to hold it up. And we can get up to 600 pounds of pressure on that, so we can keep our spine and our legs and our core muscles strong.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey, and my question is how you get back to Earth.
Hi, Jeffrey. Just to my right here, and on the side is a spaceship. It's a SpaceX Dragon capsule. That is how I'm going to get back to Earth. We're going so fast right now with a lot of energy, 17,500 miles an hour, and that spacecraft has an engine in it that will slow us down so Earth's gravity can pick us up and let us fall back down through the atmosphere. And then the atmosphere itself, and the friction from that, because we hit it so fast, is going to slow us down the rest of the way until the parachutes can open and we'll land in the ocean.
Hi, my name is Jaden, and my question is, how do you maintain your mental health being away from your family?
That's a great question. We have lots of things here that are just wonderful. I can make a phone call to just about anyone that I want if I know their phone number. And so I talk to my wife and my daughter most every day. And I get a chance to have a video conference, much like we're having right now, with them once a week. And we have email as well, so we can stay in contact. And that's really important, so that even though I'm away, I can keep up with the news at home, the news of the family. And it really helps us to feel more connected to the Earth. I've never felt lonely up here because of all these things that we have. I might feel alone, but never lonely.
Hi, my name is Jessica. My question is, how do you get accepted into the astronaut program?
Well, you can get accepted probably by starting right now at the age that you are, by studying hard, taking care of your body, taking care of yourself, being involved in some sport, and joining clubs, being a part of a group of people, particularly in a leadership role where you have to make decisions, particularly decisions that have consequences. All those things are not easy to do. So it takes years and years and even decades to learn how to do them. When you get of the age and once you've had a degree, you have to have graduated from college, then you can apply for the astronaut office. It's a government form you fill out. But go ahead and apply. I think NASA would love to hear from you. And there's a several stage process after that. They do a physical, make sure you're healthy, and then you might have a chance to join the astronaut office.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
have a feather. In my right hand, a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather.
And with the #1 overall pick in the Kennedy Space Center NFL Draft, NASA selects Jacksonville Jaguar quarterback and aerospace engineer Josh Dobbs. Next on the Rocket Ranch.
BGS Program Chief Engineer, verifying no constraints to launch.
3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
Welcome to space.
NASA's internship program now has an NFL quarterback in its ranks. Josh Dobbs of the Jacksonville Jaguars has a degree in aerospace engineering, and thanks to the NFL Players Association's externship program, he is now working as an intern at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida this offseason. Josh took a few minutes out of his hectic schedule to share his unique insights on NASA and life in the NFL. Please note, this was recorded in studio prior to the current social distancing guidelines. I'm here at Kennedy Space Center in the audio booth with Joshua Dobbs, NFL quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Thank you so much for being here, bud.
Glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Started playing football when you were 5 years old. You played high school ball for the Alpharetta Raiders of Alpharetta, Georgia. Went on to have a great career at the University of Tennessee, where you were a starter for several winning seasons in 2015, 2016, won some bowl games. You were drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 4th round of the 2017 NFL Draft. After several seasons with the Steelers, you were traded to the nearby Jacksonville Jaguars as a quarterback for the team. And what's so interesting to our audience is that currently you're doing an internship with the engineering department. Is that right?
That is right.
At NASA's Kennedy Space Center. And folks, why is that? Because Josh busted out a 4.0 Not in the 40. Of course, I don't know that.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, has anybody ever run a 4?
That would have been the fastest ever, right there.
Right, that's true. 4.2, right? 4.4, 4.4, 40. Yeah,
right.
But you had a 4.0 in your grade point average, and in the aerospace engineering major at UT. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Bringing the brains and the bronze.
Brains and the bronze, yes, sir.
I love it. Well, so tell me, Joshua, you're here doing this internship. Kind of help me understand how you've been able to play football and keep a fascination with space.
It's been definitely a process. When I was younger, I attribute a lot of my success and habits I created to my parents. I grew up an only child, so quickly at an early age, they kind of taught me, one, obviously excel in the classroom. That comes first, but then they also pushed me to doing different experiences, participate in different activities that I would enjoy outside of school. So they helped me figure out that I love football by placing me in just about every single sport you could place your kid in when he's 5 years old. So the different experience that I had growing up and being able to juggle football, baseball, basketball, along with taking accelerated classes and then being in the band. I was in karate. I was in chorus. I've learned I couldn't sing, but I was in chorus.
Oh yeah? You can sing, huh?
I can't sing. Cannot sing. Cannot sing. So don't put me on the spot.
But you took course to find out.
To find out, right. Okay. So I did all of those, and I kept up with extreme workload from elementary school, middle school, high school. So as the stage grew and things got more difficult, the habits that I created when I was younger or what I was able to fall back on when time management was key in college. Being able to juggle playing SEC football at the quarterback position and also being an engineer definitely called for long days, long periods.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
SEC quarterback, starting quarterback
yes,
for the Tennessee Volunteers, and at the same time in the aerospace engineering school. Like, how did you do that?
Well, I'll be a fool to one say that I did it by myself, because Tennessee gave us a great framework when we got to school with different study halls and giving us different tutors and mentors that are in our field, so we're able to learn and learn the way of the land. But also it took, determination. I think, on a daily basis, you're in class from 9 till 2, then practice is from 2, then meetings are from 2 to 4, practice from 4 to 6, then you have post-workout, post-film, and then you're in study hall, and then you're to the library, and then you wake up and repeat process the next day, and you have to eat throughout the day. So I think I closed down the library just about every single day of my college career. But again, it was the habits that I was able to form when I was younger, learning how to manage my time, be productive, be disciplined, and understanding when I came to college, I came there for a reason that, hey, I want to play football at the highest level, but I also want to pursue an engineering degree that I know that I will enjoy. It's something that I'm very intrigued with. I want to learn more. I want to be an engineer. So being able to juggle two things I was extremely passionate about, made it not suffering, but made it very enjoyable.
Fascinating. People are going to be so amazed to hear that how you juggled all those things, but you give credit to your parents who kind of helped you instill some good habits in you at a very young age, which is pretty cool. What are you going to be doing here at KSC?
So thus far, it's been pretty much a whirlwind of a week. I started off in the KEXI division where I was working in instrumentation. Spent a day, shadowing them, seeing, the hazardous gas detection system, learning about the wind profile that they have for launch day, just learning about the weather protection system on the mobile launcher. So just seeing different things and understanding how the instrumentation works from an electrical point of view. And then from there, it's kind of been every single day, it's been a different opportunity where I've gone from there to I've gone to flight accessories, so seeing the different umbilicals, how they work, how they secure the rocket to the mobile launcher, to seeing different tests that they're performing on the instrumentation, to then learning about the core stage and how it's going through the screen run testing. And
talking about the SLS, the next generation world's most powerful rocket that we're going to use to send people back to the moon
and then to Mars.
Yeah.
So it's been a whirlwind. I've learned about the SLS, the whole space program, the Artemis project, Orion, which goes on top of SLS.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been a whirlwind of a week. I've kind of seen, I think, all of KSC, but I know the next couple of days I'll continue to see more, and I'll continue to have my mind expanded by what's going on here. And it's truly amazing to see the innovation that's going on a daily basis.
Absolutely. And the space history that's here when you're told that, this is where the rockets took off and took Americans to the moon for the first time. What's your sense of the history here?
That's so humbling, because I'm connecting with the history just because, just growing up, being so interested in engineering, the history is what you look up every single day. You're like, oh, wow, this is what we're doing. This is where we've come from. So then to be able to be here on the footsteps of where it all happened, where the innovation happened, where the science happened, where the engineering happened, and where the launches actually took place to take the people first to space and then to the moon, now to the International Space Station, where they'll take place to go to Mars. It's kind of, it sends chills down your back. I honestly, driving in every single morning and just seeing, because I'm at OSB 1, so it's the one right next to the VAB.
Right.
So
and
driving
the vehicle assembly building, the iconic building.
Building.
Yeah.
Driving in and parking in front of that building every single day, it really wakes you up when you get here. You get here at 7 a.m., but you get out of the car and you see that. It's like, wow, there's so many people that have come before me that paved the way to what's going on here at NASA now. So just I know I'm not here from a long time, but to be here and just get a glimpse and be able to touch, what's going on here, it's truly an amazing experience.
Now, you've only been here a short period of time. And for those who, if you've never met Josh Dobbs, he comes across, I just met him a few, minutes ago, but you come across as a very polite, very gracious with your time kind of person. But now you're coming in as a professional quarterback to a lot of people who are engineers, who might be big football fans, fantasy football fans, whatever, right? They're going to be like, oh, dude, can I have this? Are you going to get any work done? How do you kind of give them a little stiff arm without being rude?
You obviously, you give them both. Everyone wants to talk about football. I mean, right. It's America's favorite pastime, and we're in football central USA right here. Yeah. So everyone loves talking about the game, which I don't mind. I love talking about the game. But the first couple of days, I also say, I'm here to learn the life of an engineer, because that's also part of who I am. I'm an engineer. I studied aerospace engineering, so I want to see the day in the life of an engineer. So it's funny. The first day we were mapping out, everything that I was going to do here, and they were saying, "Oh, you don't want to go to the meetings. Let's just show you the cool stuff." I said, "Okay, I want to see the cool stuff, but also, I truly want to sit in on the engineering meeting where you're discussing different things that are going on with the projects and different instrumentation that you have to test. I want to see the logistics side of it to understand what it means to be an engineer. Maybe I'm sitting there shadowing you doing your desk busy work, but that's still interesting to me because I want to see, not being able to be around this field a lot in the real world, I want to see what it's like to be an engineer for a day. So I kind of taking it all in, whether it's the cool stuff where you're at the VAB, the vertical assembly building, where you're at the pad, where the launch pad, or whether you're just sitting in the office doing normal desk work, it's all. You want to see it. It's all enjoyable to me.
You mentioned meetings. Now NASA likes meetings.
They do like
we've
meetings.
got meetings. We got to have
meetings and acronyms. I've learned that quickly. Those are two hot topics here for
almost
sure.
like another language.
It is.
To speak.
I started looking up the dictionary online. I'll just write down acronyms in my notebook and then just look it up online and then go home and that's what they were talking about.
Okay, now I know what it's
now I get it. Now
don't ever be afraid to ask for acronym because everybody knows it out here. Like, hey, you got to get this figured out. Well, so what about the pro football part? Right now you're a professional quarterback in the NFL for the Jacksonville Jaguars. So what's your goals? What's your aim there?
I am there. So obviously I was traded from the Steelers to Jacksonville at the beginning of last season due to injuries and then logistics, and then also the NFL is a business, so you have to respect that side of it as well. My goal is to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. There's only 32 of them, and I want to be one of those 32. So that's what I'm working for every single day. It's funny, you go from engineering all day to then going over to the gym. You got to get your workout in. So days obviously can get stretched out, but it goes back to college. I understand how it is to juggle both sides of it. How is it to work toward a dream, to work toward a goal. So every single day I'm stacking chips, whether it's right now in the engineering world, but then also making sure I'm getting my training, my conditioning to be able to be prepared once our off-season regiment starts in April. Hit the ground running and be able to go in and dominate once the season comes.
Oh, I love to hear that. Well, so these two goals here, becoming a starting quarterback in the NFL and then possibly an aerospace engineer, it's tough to imagine how you can keep that going forward. But to be clear, very difficult to get the internship. So how do these two branches keep them going at the same time?
Well, of course, right now I'm a professional football player, and that's my focus. But the beauty about being a professional football player in the NFL and the NFLPA is they provide you with opportunities like this, an externship, where you can go and take 3 weeks of your time in the off season to immerse yourself into a field of your interest. So to have these 3 weeks to immerse myself into the engineering world is amazing. And then once this finishes and we're back to the grind where you're back on your training regiment every single day, throwing, lifting, running, you're taking each year and you're just building chips. So obviously like most interns, I'm not able to spend an extended amount of time, but I'll be able to have this opportunity to first learn everything that's going on at KSC, be able to see the big picture and see different subsystems, and then next year I'll be able to grow on that. So obviously people think of like goals and they want instant gratification, like, all right, I got to do both now, right? So I'm working on one now and then playing the long run for the other one. So it works out pretty well, just seeing the big picture.
Taking the small pieces step by step to get your goals. You're right, because it's very hard to realize a big goal like becoming an aerospace engineer all at once.
Especially at NASA, right?
Right. So what do you think about the new Artemis program? This is the one where we're seeking to land a woman, the first woman and the next man on the moon by 2024. That's just 4 years away. When you hear that and you know that there's going to be a ton of engineering that kind of gets behind this, we've gone to the moon before, but really going to the moon this time is to help build that
the next step, right,
for Mars. So what kind of what do you think about a goal that big that NASA has set?
I think it's amazing. I think it's been a while since we've gone to the moon, and obviously there's a lot of reasons behind that. We were building the International Space Station, we were doing other missions, but for that to be a goal and just to see how that goal is basically the framework, the support to the next goal, the springboard to go into Mars, I think is extremely exciting. And I think the most interesting thing that I've seen on a daily basis is when you go out and you're a part of the different subsystems and you're interacting with the different engineers, the stuff that they're doing when they're building the mobile launcher and when they're assembling this rocket, it's stuff that's never been done before. That's what's so amazing about it. It's not like they're coming here and mass producing a piece that operates on a daily basis. They're literally building a rocket to do something that it's never done before and that has never been done in mankind. So it's special. It's special, right? It's almost mind blowing. It's like, wow, like it's like something you see in movies. It's truly mind blowing.
I often find myself when I'm walking around the Space Center, particularly inside the VAB, and I'm looking at those massive structures, like I feel like I'm on the set of Star Wars.
Well, you know the movie Pacific Rim where they have like the
Yes.
that's what it feels like, the ginormous ceiling. Star Wars as well.
Yep.
You're walking around there, you're just like a kid in a zoo almost. You know, It's amazing just because of the innovation, and then being able to like have an engineering background, just knowing what it takes. You know, it's taking stuff that you learned in school, stuff that you've learned on the job, but it's also being able to use those and critically think to solve problems that have never been solved before.
There's such a reward to that, isn't there? I think that's kind of like what's central to engineering is having a problem and finding that unique solution. Is there a particular type of problem that you would enjoy helping NASA solve?
Honestly, any problem. It was actually interesting. Yesterday I was over with the virtual reality team where they take your body dimensions and they immerse you into different environments. So like whether you're like an astronaut or someone working on the mobile launcher, you can see the stuff like actually work, in the space, right? So I get a chance to spend extended time with them a little later. But that was so interesting because I'm thinking like just how applicable that is to like every situation, whether it's here at NASA or in sports, like just virtually seeing yourself in different situations and being able to take those mental reps. So whether you get out on the mobile launcher and you're trying to make an adjustment, or you're an astronaut trying to just fit in the spacecraft, there's so many applications for that software, for that technology, and I think like really the sky's the limit for that, just visually be able to virtually see stuff and get mental reps at it. So it's definitely interesting.
All right, Joshua Dobbs, you're working some long days, interning by day here at Kennedy Space Center and getting ready for the NFL season coming up as a quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We wish you great success, and we thank you very much for being here. And listen, we know you're going to be fantastic, but if someday down the road, when you leave the NFL and you decide to come to NASA Kennedy, we got dibs on you for the flag football team, all right?
That's a deal.
We got a deal?
No other NASA site will stand a chance.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Joshua, it was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
I'm Daryl Nail, and that's our show. Thanks for stopping by the Rocket Ranch. And special thanks to our guest, Joshua Dobbs. To learn more about NASA's intern program, visit intern.nasa.gov. And to learn more about everything going on at KSC, go to nasa.gov/Kennedy. And check out NASA's other podcasts to learn more about what's happening at all of our centers at nasa.gov/podcasts. A special shout out to our producer, John Sackman, our sound man, Lauren Maythree, and our editor, Michelle Stone. And remember, on the Rocket Ranch...
On December 17, 1903, two brothers from Dayton, Ohio, would alter human history forever. On that day, Wilbur and Orville Wright flew their wooden and canvas machine off the sandy dunes in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, becoming the first to flight. Heavy experimentations with gliders, like advancements in engine technologies, controls, and aerodynamics, provided a pathway for heavier-than-air crafts, like the Wright brothers' Flyer. By the 1930s, airships, which have dominated the long-distance flight, were replaced by flying boats and other rudimentary aircraft. By the 1930s and 40s, development of aircraft for war effort greatly accelerated infusion of new technologies into civilian general aviation. This stream of innovation led to the start of the jet age, which would revolutionize both general and military aviation. Later in 20th century, even more advanced technologies like digital electronics would bring about fly-by-wire, digital engine controls, GPS, and these advancements even changed the way we go about designing aircrafts. This century has been marked by transitioning to large-scale pilotless drones, and for the first time ever, inherently unstable aircrafts, such as highly integrated flying wings, have become a possibility. And with all these advancements in the past 112 years, we're still only scratching the surface of capability and performance, but we're paying a heavy price for lagging innovation. Who here has traveled by air in the past 6 months? Were you surprised by the cost and time of your trip? Today we find ourselves at the doorstep of yet another revolutionary advancement in aviation history: electric or hybrid electric aircrafts. NASA is investing in electrified aircraft propulsion research, or EAP, as part of its portfolio to improve fuel efficiency, emissions, and noise levels in commercial transport aircrafts. EAP uses electric motors to drive some or all of the engines on an aircraft. The energy source for the system can be electric, hybrid, or turboelectric. NASA is working across a range of markets, from urban air mobility to subsonic transport. Each market has differences in vehicle size, range, and speeds. Our strategy at NASA is to work with our industry partners to enable technology development, demonstrate these technologies in flight, and transfer the knowledge to commercial sector for future products and markets. One such emerging market is urban air mobility, developed through NASA's revolutionary vertical lift technology project. Urban air mobility, or UAM, is a conceptual market that would enable passenger-carrying air transportation in and around metropolitan areas. Think of flying Ubers. These vehicles could use all-electric or hybrid-electric propulsion systems capable of vertical takeoff and landing. The overarching goal of NASA's work in this space is to develop and validate tools, technologies, and concepts to overcome key challenges for vertical lift vehicles. A critical challenge for UAM market growth is public's acceptance that these vehicles can be as safe as commercial air travel or automotive transportation. However, the most immediate impact from NASA's work for the flying public is the reduction in cost through fuel burn improvements and lower airfare prices. To put that in context, let's look at some numbers. The overall global fleet of large commercial aircrafts totaled over 25,000 in 2017 and is expected to grow to 37,000 aircraft by 2027. Out of the 25,000 aircraft today, nearly 60% of those are narrow-body aircraft, small regional aircrafts, both jet and turboprops. Saving just 10% in fuel consumption across this fleet would yield more than 5 billion gallons of fuel savings per year, and is forecasted to save approximately 10 billion gallons by 2040. We also have to take into account the reduction into CO2 emissions. So how do we get there? The leading concept that NASA is currently investigating for partially turboelectric configuration is single-aisle turboelectric with aft boundary layer propulsor known as Stark-Able. This configuration is being developed assuming entry into service by 2035. It consists of two underwing turbofans with generators extracting power from turbofan shafts and transmitting it electrically to rear fuselage boundary layer ingesting fan. One of the main sources of drag on an aircraft is a layer of slow-moving air that builds up along the fuselage and wings, known as boundary layer. Boundary layer creates extra drag, and we believe we can improve aircraft performance by embedding engines into the airframe and having those engines consume boundary layer air. By ingesting boundary layer, the drag is significantly decreased, which leads to an overall improvement in aircraft efficiency. Results indicate that this turboelectric concept has an economic fuel burn reduction of 7%, an emission fuel burn reduction of 12% comparing to other aircraft designs. Several years ago, NASA has developed an advanced and highly integrated concept known as N3X, which explored fuel savings by combining a blended wing body design with fully turboelectric and fully distributed propulsion system based on superconducting electric machines and power distribution. The fuel benefits of this configuration is very significant, estimated at nearly 70% reduction comparing to conventional aircrafts such as Boeing 777. This concept has the best benefits so far studied. However, it requires the most aggressive technology and infrastructure development. And last but not least, NASA is building its first ever all-electric X-plane, X-57 Maxwell. This design will demonstrate an effective interaction between the wing, the engine propellers, and the flight mission flight path, while simultaneously solving a number of challenging technical issues for electrified propulsion in crew-rated aircrafts. While electric motors are more efficient than fuel-burning engines, they produce a significant amount of heat during operation, requiring an integrated thermal management system to be incorporated into the design. Now, a common method of solving such heat-related problems is to employ an embedded heatsink or a large metal heatsink or water cooling system. But this can cause a dramatic increase in weight, thus reducing the benefit gained by electric conversion. One such research effort to control the heat generated by these systems was performed late last year by my team, where we developed a 98% efficient 13 kilowatt power system for X-57 high-lift propulsors. Weighing only 2 pounds and completely air-cooled, this system was fully qualified across various facilities at NASA Glenn in 10 short months. And within the next 2 years, our system will be flying on X-57 flights, proving that it is possible to have a lightweight, air-cooled solution for aircrafts. In order to qualify the components in this electrified era in aviation, NASA needed to develop capability to test and verify them before in-flight testing. So we converted our hypersonic test facility in Plum Brook Station in Sandusky to NASA Electrified Aircraft Testbed, NEAT. Currently, this state-of-the-art facility is being used to test full-scale megawatt powertrains with an eye towards incorporating component technologies into an overall system. The facility can support single-aisle aircraft geometries with proper cable lengths and electromagnetic interference mitigation. It can supply power for up to 24 megawatts, thermal management system for up to 2 megawatts, and it even contains an altitude chamber that can simulate up to 120,000 feet. All electric aircraft concepts that we've seen so far rely heavily on advancements of components such as advanced motors, power converters, and material science, to name a few. X-57 work is an example of much larger research portfolio within the field of power systems led by NASA Glenn. Over the past 20 years, Glenn has pioneered designs of various high power, density, and high efficient motors for space, aeronautics, medical, and terrestrial applications. All our work has always pushed the boundaries of what's possible, and our newest motor work is no different. NASA Glenn has a small in-house team that is developing a 1.4 megawatt motor with a performance goal of 16 kilowatts per kilogram and efficiency greater than 98%. The motor contains a self-cooled superconducting rotor, which has never been done before, allowing the motor to achieve exceptional specific power and efficiencies without inheriting external cooling weight penalty commonly attributed to superconducting machines. Integrated rotor superconductor, spinning at 6,800 RPM, 4 times higher than the state-of-the-art, and weighing only 80 kilograms. This motor revolutionizes the field of advanced motors and greatly increased number of aircraft concepts that can utilize hybrid architectures. All our electric motor work is all diverse in size, applications, and power levels. And it's beyond the world of aeronautics. Just 5 years ago, my team designed, built, and delivered a biconical motor to University of Indiana School of Medicine. This motor was designed to help catalyze advancements in the field of cardiovascular assist devices, such as pacemakers for kids who are born with a single heart ventricle. This motor is tiny in comparison to the ones on aircraft, just 2 inches tall, and is powered by a total of 5 watts, same power as USB ports on your computers. Currently, our design is being used to develop a clinical trial version, and hopefully a viable device will enter a market within a decade, saving an estimated 1,500 children per year. All great progress is accompanied with great difficulty and must be enterprised and overcome with answerable courage. In our efforts, we don't underestimate the power of vision and direction. These are irresistible forces able to transform what might appear to be unconquerable obstacles into traversable pathways and expanding opportunities. I am deeply humbled to have an opportunity to be part of this amazing journey, a journey that will surely,
wherever, however, whenever, we're here, there, we're everywhere. NASA Space Communications and Navigation. Exploration enabled.
NASA's Artemis Student Challenges, driving innovation that will take us forward to the moon. Providing students across America with unique opportunities to conduct research design that directly contributes to NASA's Artemis mission. Encouraging new thinking and new ideas in space exploration technology. With NASA Student Launch, teams of students build and fly rocket propulsion systems of their own design. Students put theory into practice, taking their rocket to new heights, giving them the exposure to research and development of rocket propulsion systems that NASA is applying on a much larger scale in the Space Launch System. NASA engineers identify new technologies needed for space exploration through Micro-G Next, and students work to create it. Their creations are put to the test in a simulated microgravity environment where they are evaluated for use on future missions. First Nations Launch brings students from tribal colleges and universities together to conceive, design, fabricate, and compete with high-powered rockets, training the next generation of aerospace professionals. Creating autonomous robots which can operate millions of miles from Earth and support human missions to the moon. That's the objective of the Lunabotics competition. Teams build robots that can navigate the simulated terrain of another world to complete their assigned task. Through NASA's Big Idea Challenge, students design lunar payloads that demonstrate technology systems needed for exploration and science in the permanently shadowed areas in and near the moon's polar regions, bringing the next generation of explorers to the lunar surface. The NASA Human Exploration Rover Challenge has teams combine their design, engineering, and building skills to construct human-powered technology that must perform in a variety of environments, challenging the design and the designers. The NASA Suits Challenge has students design and build spacesuit information displays all within augmented reality environments. Their inspiration allowing them to influence spacesuit technology in potentially future Artemis missions. Take the challenge and explore with us as we look to you to build and design the next wave of space technologies to take us to the moon and beyond. It's the mission of the Artemis generation. Every mission starts somewhere. Why not here? Artemis Student Challenges.
Hi, my name is Kevin McCaw, and I want to welcome you to this webinar on Artemis Student Challenges. I bring you greetings from NASA's Southeast Regional Office of STEM Engagement. I need to tell you, we are really excited about you being a part of this webinar. NASA has a very clear mission. We are going to put the first woman and the next man on the surface of the moon by 2024. And needless to say, that's very challenging, difficult stuff. We can't do it alone. We need your support. And that includes our minority-serving institutions. Now, I'm a proud graduate of a minority-serving institution. I graduated from Morgan State University, a historically black college in Baltimore, Maryland. I got a chance to witness firsthand the passion and excellence that's part of the culture of our MSIs. And I can tell you that we need that passion and that excellence in the work that we do at NASA, specifically around the Artemis Student Challenges. So we're really glad that you joined us today, and we might as well just go ahead and jump right on into it. I'm going to turn it over to Ken Bowersox. Ken is the Deputy Associate Administrator in our Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate, and we're excited about having him during this webinar. So Ken, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hey, thanks, Kevin, for including me in the program today. I'm really happy today to have a chance to share a story from my experiences flying in space. The Artemis program is a really complicated and difficult effort for humanity to move us from the surface of the Earth out to the moon and beyond. And we're going to have lots of challenges that are going to need a lot of creative solutions as we work to accomplish the goals of the Artemis program. But today I wanted to talk about a smaller problem that I encountered along with my crew on board the International Space Station during the 6th expedition. I was in the airlock with Don Pettit, the other U.S. crew member on the flight. Nikolai Badarin, our Russian crew member, had helped us get in our suits and was kind of supervising the EVA from inside the station. Don and I had prepared for weeks to go outside, and we were really eager to do our first spacewalk together. So after hours and hours of preparation, we're at the point where it's time to open the hatch of the airlock and go outside. And I was the ED1, which is the designated leader for the spacewalk, and it was my job to open the hatch. Well, so I reached down, I grabbed the fixed handle on the hatch, and then I grabbed the rotating handle on the hatch with my other hand, and I started to rotate it. Well, normally that's a very easy process. There's not a lot of friction in the system, and you can just rotate the hand crank, the latches on the hatch come loose, and the hatch will open, and you lift it up inside the airlock, and you can go outside. But as I moved about a third of the way of the travel on the rotating handle, it stopped and I couldn't move it anymore. And I thought, oh no, you got to be kidding me. This can't be happening. We want to go outside today. We don't want to be stuck inside the airlock. So I started moving on the handle. I tried to push it harder. I tried to shake it. I tried lots of different things. I pushed on the handle so hard that Don up in the other end of the airlock was watching and said, Ken, be careful. Don't break it. Don't break it. If we break the handle, we'll never get outside, which I appreciated that advice. But I was starting to get kind of tired, and Don said, hey, try just shaking the hatch up and down with the fixed handle at the same time that you're rotating the moving handle. So I tried that, but like I said, I had been working on it a while, and I was getting tired, and I thought, I want to do this myself, but I think it's time to ask for some help. And so I said, Don, hey, why don't you come down here and try this? So, sometimes fresh hands, a fresh brain can solve a problem. When another person's been attacking it for a while, you just need to bring in a different person to look at it. So Don moved around in the airlock and came down to the hatch and grabbed the big yellow fixed handle and grabbed the rotating handle, and he just shook that hatch like crazy, up and down and banging on the handle. I thought, man, you're worried about me breaking it. I'm worried about you breaking it. But boom, all of a sudden the rotating handle moved, and the latches came loose, and we were able to open the hatch. So by giving up my chance to be the one that opened the hatch and having Don come and help me, our team was successful, and we were able to get outside and complete our spacewalk. And I'll never forget Don. I wasn't completely sure how excited he was to go outside until I saw him attack that hatch. I've never seen a person move quickly in so many directions at the same time, and he was able to get the handle to move. And what we figured out once the hatch was open was that there was a loop of fabric on a cover outside the hatch, and that loop of fabric was catching on the handle outside of the airlock hatch, preventing it from moving through its full travel to release the latches. So we made sure we cut that loop away on the external cover of the airlock, and And now whenever I see crews come in the airlock, I can see where that little flap of material used to be, and it reminds me of what happened when Don and I were there, and always makes me smile. So I hope all of you enjoyed that story, and I hope you'll remember it as you're working with your teams, because sometimes you're going to want to do things yourself, and you'll actually get more if you involve and include the other members of your team. Sometimes it's a little extra work. Sometimes you have to put your pride aside to let other people express their ideas and come up with ideas that might be better than yours. But if you do that, your team has a lot better chance of being successful. Well, and that's all I've got for today. Back to you, Kevin.
Let's jump right into our conversation. I want to first introduce Tori Johnson. Tori's the program manager for NASA's Minority University Research Education Project, or MUREP, as we call it. Tori, you remember, you and I have talked over the years about the importance of minority serving institutions, the role that they play. Can you share a little bit about your thoughts in terms of MSIs and how they play a role in Artemis challenges?
Sure, Kevin. Thanks for having me today. It's really important that folks remember that the role of MUREP is to focus on increasing the number of underrepresented and underserved communities in STEM. And that includes women, girls, those with disabilities, and specifically those students that are attending those minority serving institutions. Those could be historically Black colleges and universities, tribal colleges and universities, Hispanic serving institutions, as well as Asian Pacific Islander. What's really important to note is that the role of MUREP is to provide funding for these institutions so that they can build their research infrastructure and capacity at those institutions. And so we're really excited about broadening participation at the institutions with things that MUREP funds, as well as the Artemis Student Challenges.
Good, great. Hey, so, as a graduate of a historically Black college, Morgan State University in Baltimore, you know how passionate I am about these MSIs and getting them involved in our activities. And it's a blessing to be able to work alongside of a team of folks equally as passionate about engaging MSIs. And so I'm with you and I love it. Let's take a moment to introduce some of the other folks that are joining us for this webinar. We have the leaders of the Artemis Student Challenges. They're the Artemis Student Challenge activity leads, the experts, and they are key in leading the NASA's Artemis Student Challenges. And so let me first start with Ms. Tranisha Dixon. She leads the Micro G Next Challenge. Hey, Tranisha, how are you doing? We've got Brandon Hargis. Brandon leads Suits, the Suits Challenge. Hey, Brandon. We have Christy Hassan, and she leads First Nation Launch. Good. Rich Jonabeck, he leads Lunabotics. Hey, Rich. We've got Fred Kepner, who leads the NASA Student Launch. And we have Ms. Julie Cliff, and she leads the Exploration Rover Challenge. How are y'all doing?
Wonderful.
Doing great today.
Excited to be here.
Hey, it is. I want to just take a quick moment to mention that we actually have 7 Artemis Student Challenges. The 7th challenge, the Big Ideas Challenge, their deadline is a little bit further out in the year, and so they are our 7th challenge. And so with that, I want to just jump right on into it. Hey, I'm sure some of the students, the universities, and the students that are watching this have some questions about deadlines and timetables and when the dates are for what challenges and that kind of thing. And so, hey, Brandon, can you talk to us a little bit about some of the deadlines that are coming up and the seasons that we're in?
Absolutely, be happy to. So the majority of the challenges that are represented on this conversation today, we start around the early fall. So you're looking in the early August, mid-August to end of August timeframe for open registration to all of our challenges. You'll see that if there are proposals due, those are generally due within a couple months after that, in the October timeframe, and then selections will be made before the end of the semester for a lot of our challenges. As you move into the spring semester, that's really where a lot of the work is being done, where you're really working with your teammates and putting together your design And then your test scenarios will usually be held in test weeks and so forth in the April to May and early June timeframe. And then that's when we start gearing up for the next year's challenge. So that gives you an idea of the overall picture, but you can go to nasa.gov, stem.nasa.gov/Artemis, and find out more about each particular challenge timeline.
Good. Hey, appreciate that. Appreciate that, Brandon. So MSIs have participated in our student challenges in the past. Phoenicia, can you talk a little bit about which challenges that maybe they participated in and how successful they've been? And if I'm a student or a faculty member and I'm curious about whether my school has either participated or not in the past, how they might gather information around that?
Yes, each year we have minority serving institutions that successfully participate and complete Artemis student challenges. For example, Los Medanos College in California, they had a team of students that built a coring device that was tested in MicroGeneX successfully, and then went on to be utilized in the NEMO mission. And NEMO stands for NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operations. And it's an operation in which scientists and astronauts live and work in underwater habitats off the coast of Florida in preparation for International Space Station missions. Another good example to highlight is Lone Star College, the Sci-Fair, which is in Houston, Texas. They have a group of students that designed what we call an EVA zip tie cutter. Their design was successfully tested in the neutral buoyancy laboratory for the MicroGeneX test week, and then went on to inspire the actual tool that was utilized just recently in the spacewalk outside the International Space Station. So that's just two good examples of minority serving institutions contributing to the NASA mission, highlighting the role of MSIs in our missions through the Artemis Student Challenges. And I'm sure our Artemis Student Challenges managers on the line also have some other great examples. So guys, feel free to share.
Sure. From Lunabotics, we've had MSIs participate quite successfully, from the submission of their systems engineering papers to the digging implements that they've created on their own. Texas A&M University International, for example, had a digging implement that drew great attention, and they won one of our innovation awards. In fact, we created the award that year, especially for that team. So just because your school is small or it's limited doesn't mean it cannot be successful. Just remember, you can always collaborate with other teams and form a united team between two or more schools and successfully participate and learn lifelong skills.
Good, good. And the other challenge?
I would add too, for suits, we have had a few two-year institutions that were also MSIs that have performed very well. One in particular, Riverside City College out of California, participated in every year of the NASA Suits Challenge, and they always have some of the top performing designs out of all of the designs that are submitted. We had our first tribal college participate this past year in a partnership with two other institutions, and they had one of the top designs according to the panel that's made up of our EVA office experts, and even we had an astronaut. So that it just goes to show you that MSIs that participate in these challenges perform very well, but they're dedicated. They work together as a team. They meet the deadlines, and they're very, very well organized and do a great job. So we look forward to getting your proposals for our challenges.
Hey, so you talk about proposals for the challenges. I can imagine there are some faculty and students who are wondering, what does a successful proposal look like from a technical review perspective? What does success look like? Fred, any thoughts? You have a wealth of experience in terms of that kind of work. Any thoughts around what a successful proposal might look like?
Certainly. Thank you, Kevin. First of all, I'd say that whichever process you're going through to get into this activity, whether it's a proposal or registration, there's going to be a set of instructions. Follow those instructions. Provide what is asked for. In the case of a proposal, you're generally going to see a request for proposal, which lists out all of the things that NASA is looking for in that proposal. And you need to make sure you address each and every one of those items. Since it's competitive, those proposals are going to be scored. So the technical reviewers are going to score those specific things. They're not going to score something.
I think one of the things that you're looking for is that they read the complete guidebook, the complete set of rubrics, and then rigorously follow them, because they need to answer the questions we are asking of them and not to stray off, and to stay focused on exactly what's required of the project and the mission we're trying to support.
Good.
And just as you were saying, not all of them have a proposal process. Some of our activities have a registration process, but we still have specific requirements that come with doing the challenge or the activity. So be sure, as both Rich and Fred had mentioned, to make sure to look at those and make sure you're following exactly what's being asked of you.
Yeah. Okay, so good point. So we talked a little bit about the proposals and what success looks like from a technical review perspective, but what about some of the skills that this Artemis generation needs? What about some of the important skills that the Artemis generation needs to help move the agency forward and help be successful in some of these Artemis student challenges? Julie, some thoughts on some important skills?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, curiosity, just that interest in learning, interest and desire to try to figure things out, have that passion to want to succeed in that area. Also being flexible, being able to communicate those ideas. So a lot of times we have really good ideas, but you also have to be able to communicate those as you go through. Does anybody else have any other skills they'd like to mention?
I would add teamwork. Teamwork is huge. Everything we do at NASA, we do in teams of teams of teams of teams to get the mission accomplished. And so ensuring that you're able to work in a team and that team environment, you can be a productive part of that environment.
Hey, I'm going to ask Tori, any thoughts in terms of important skills you see critical in the Artemis generation?
Sure, thanks, Kevin. One of the key points is just bringing your authentic self. And coupled with that, we've heard about communication and teamwork, but understanding that you can't go it alone. And so you want to bring innovation and curiosity. You want to understand how to bring what may be your classmates or contemporaries into the fold, individuals that may or may not have the same experiences that you have, preparing for the given challenge that you're working on, but maybe bringing somebody else to the table that may find this as a new opportunity. And so you can become an ambassador just by the way that you invite other people so that their voices are heard, so that the diversity of thought is welcomed in the challenge. Generally, when you have more thought, you have greater results. So I think that's another way that everyone can participate and bring uniqueness to the challenge.
Yeah.
And I'd like to add to that also. For FNL, in years past, we had a student who was majoring in business, and her dream was to take over her father's business. Well, she got involved in FNL, and then she switched her major to engineering. So it is exactly what Tori was saying, a different perspective. So when she came to the FNL team, she brought a different perspective to the team, and it did end up changing her major. Or like in my case, my background is in business. I'm not a STEM, some STEM background, but so just bringing a different perspective is what's important, and it really is what NASA needs.
Love it, love it. You hit on something there. You talked about the diversity of skills, and you even included some diversity in terms of career paths, that every student doesn't come to NASA by way of aeronautic engineering or mechanical engineering, but we have folks from many, many different disciplines. I love that. Hey, so if you all could share one single piece of advice for faculty, students, in terms of their involvement, engagement in student challenges, what would be your single piece of advice? I'm going to kick us off with, let's start with Rich. Rich, what are your thoughts on that?
I guess I would say is don't limit yourself. And for goodness sake, don't let anyone else limit you. You're the best judge of who you are and what you want to be. We're brought up, go to school, graduate from high school, go to college, get a job, start a family, save money for vacations, maybe a college fund, but there's so much more to life than that. There may be a passion inside of you that you don't realize yet. So when you're looking at things, don't sit there and wonder, should I, satisfy, the needs of my family or somebody else? Look at what you want. The world that's around us is made up of things that you look at every day but don't think twice about that are STEM related, from the planes that you fly in on travel to the cars, your laptop computer. And the one thing to take away is that all these things that make up this life were dreamed, designed, and built by boys and girls no smarter than you. It's not like we're super geniuses, but we're passionate about what we want to do, about how we want to change things. And the world needs a lot of help right now, and you can be part of that solution. So don't limit yourself. You may find out that you're going to discover or invent something that, as a spin-off, affects somebody else on the other side of the planet. You'll never meet them, and they'll never know your name. But our species is better because of what you did. So don't limit yourself. Keep overreaching.
Good. Great advice. Some other advice from some of our webinar from our group. Other advice?
I would add to that, and what Rich said, and playing off of it, is that in not limiting yourself, take advantage of those opportunities that present themselves to you. A great place to look is intern.nasa.gov. And I mention that because we have had interns working with NASA Suits Challenge since its very beginning, since its inception. And they've played a big role in creating the technical requirements that we ask our student teams to meet. And as an example, one of our technical leads today, she started out as an intern working on the NASA Suits Challenge in the very first year. She went on to become a Pathways student and was working with us and working with the spacesuit informatics branch. And today she's now a civil servant, engineer working in the informatics branch that works with the lighting and cameras with the suit and the helmet, and designing a system for augmented reality to be used in the suit in the future. And that's what our challenge is about. She works as a technical lead with us. And so internships is an opportunity for you, whether it's with NASA, with another industry or corporation. Take that opportunity. I can't express enough how it's not time wasted. You gain experience, it's going to go well with your education, and then provide a great foundation for you as you go out into the career world.
Good. Thank you, Brandon. Some more advice. Any thoughts?
Kevin, I would just add, just moving forward off of Brandon's thoughts and some of the others, that you have an opportunity to take a leap of faith. You can move beyond what you currently know and do. The exciting part of this work, as some of our colleagues have shared today, is that we don't yet know all of the future. So you have the opportunity to go beyond yourself, pull in others from your class or from your career path, and go beyond. Test the limits, innovate, be curious, and just give yourself an opportunity to think literally out of this world.
Okay, good. Good. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll just add, what I think everybody should do is dream big and then work hard. And if you do those two things, doors will open and you'll end up somewhere where you never planned to be, never expected to be, but it will work out.
Yeah. Okay, great advice. Christy, any advice for the group?
Yes, pursue your passion. Whatever your passion may be, pursue it. Give it a try.
Love it. Love it. Julie, anything?
Yeah, just like the others have said, get involved as much as possible. I can tell you, we've had a lot of students that participate in our challenges that have changed their lives significantly. There's one student, he's a former student of Alabama A&M, who now works at NASA. He, during the interview, knew what a flight readiness review was because he participated in student launch, and he was hired there on the spot because of that.
Yeah, good stuff. Hey, Tranisha, close us out with some words of wisdom.
Sure. I always tell students, take a chance and make a moment. You know, life is a series of moments, and each moment is what you make of it. So in each moment, take a look around you, use the resources you have available to you. That moment might be a pivotal point in your life. It may totally change the trajectory of your life. So make a moment.
Love it. Hey, I want to thank all of you all for taking some time to participate in this. As I shared earlier, these are the experts. These are the ones that pull these engagements together. And you guys are amazing. Great advice. Thank you so much for joining.
STEM fans, are you ready? Let's hear it for the world-class NASA STEM Stars team. From NASA centers across the country, we present Chris Gunn.
Hey, STEM fans, welcome to this week's episode of STEM Stars. It's a chance where we get a moment or time to reflect and see what's going on at NASA and chat with STEM professionals from all across the agency. I'm so excited to welcome our guest today. But before we get started, my name's Jen Hudgens, and I'm coming to you from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a little bit rainy today, but we're going to keep that rain away. We're going to talk about something exciting, the James Webb Space Telescope. So our guest today is Chris Gunn. He is a photographer with the program and with NASA. So I'm really excited to find out what you actually do as a photographer when you work for NASA. And I want to share with you what our agenda is going to be for today. So we're going to chat with Chris. We're going to meet him, find out what his background is, his education, find out how he got started as a photographer at NASA. You'll have a chance to ask all the questions that you have in the chat box. And we're going to learn more about what your mission will be at the end of today's episode, and then what's going to be on next at NASA STEM Stars. So if you have any questions along the way in today's chat, drop them in the box and we'll get those to Chris as soon as possible. So welcome, Chris. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Glad to be here.
So you work out at the Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland. So hopefully your weather is a little bit better than ours today.
It's really,
do you mind
really nice.
sharing? Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. I wish it was nice here. Ugh, it's thundering and lightning and storming outside. So tell us a little bit about yourself and what are you interested in outside of your job at NASA as a photographer?
Well, I'm Chris Gunn. I do work at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center as a photographer. I really enjoy cycling on my off time and working on cars. My interests outside of work tend to revolve around science and science communication, just learning more and more about science of all types, especially space exploration and photographic art.
Can you talk a little bit about science communications? What does that entail?
Science communications, I guess, is what really got me involved in science to begin with. When I was a kid, I loved reading. And I loved reading books that made science digestible for me, that I could understand. And I think science communications revolves around having scientists and engineers, anybody in any science field, boil it down so that the average person can understand the science. Right? So to interest everyone from young and old. So that's science. And I'm involved. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, so it's kind of storytelling in whatever medium that you decide.
Exactly. So I'm involved in science communications because I create wonderful illustrations of the James Webb Space Telescope. That's the current project that I'm working on.
So I was going to say, is there a degree for science communications, or tell me about your path through school.
So I have a very interesting path through school. I started off in college wanting to be a lawyer. So I went to Morehouse College and I studied political science. After school, I actually started working at a law firm as a clerk and a librarian. And I found it not very interesting, to be honest. It was a wonderful organization, a wonderful law firm. And I happened to meet one of the lawyers there who was a film professor at a local university here in Washington, D.C. And I told him of my interest in photography, and I actually had a portfolio. And he took a look at it and he said, "What are you doing here? Why don't you pursue your passion?" So I actually went back to school at the University of District of Columbia here in Washington, and I studied photography. So my degree is in photography, and I opened a studio right after that and started producing photographs for magazines and newspapers and universities and that sort of thing. And about 10 years into that career, I found out that they were offering a job at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. And I applied for it, and I took it.
So the job was actually in photography for NASA.
The job was in photography for NASA, and they were looking for someone that could produce portraits, group photographs of day-to-day life at NASA. And then I worked there for about 10 years, and then someone asked me to join the last Hubble servicing mission, where I actually photographed the work that was behind SM-4, which was the last Hubble servicing mission, the mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope.
So are you telling me that you can work at NASA and not be an engineer or an astrophysicist?
Well, yes. I mean, you can be a writer. You can be a photographer. You can support the missions in all types of ways. And communications is very important at NASA. I mean, everything that we do is communicated to the world. And part of that communication is writing, imagery, that's illustrations, that's photographs. In fact, if you think about one of NASA's most famous missions, the Apollo mission to the moon, we wouldn't know anything about it if there weren't photographs, right? So photography is part of NASA's mission. That's how I view it.
So we had a student ask a question, actually. Do you have a favorite photograph or testing milestone that you enjoyed photographing the most?
Well, I've been working on the James Webb Space Telescope for the last 10 years, and I could probably count to 4 or 5 images that are some of my favorites to date. And I'm actually going to show you some of those later. Well, in fact, here are some of them. Here are some of my favorites, actually. So the first image, if we're reading from left to right, is actually what the telescope will look like when it sits on top of a rocket. Okay, so that is the final configuration of the telescope, and this photo was made just before it was taken into testing most recently. So if you were to say a favorite photograph, that's definitely one of my favorite shots right now. The next image, the middle image, is a photograph of some work being done on the telescope, on the optical portion of the telescope. So what you're seeing there is not the entire observatory, but the optical portion of the telescope, which includes the 4 instruments that make up the telescope. And that last photograph on the end is actually a testing milestone. And that was when the telescope secondary mirror was deployed. This telescope has a secondary mirror and a primary mirror. The secondary mirror was deployed, and that's the first time and only time that mirror will be deployed here on Earth. So these are 3 of my favorite photographs right now.
You definitely make that telescope look gorgeous. I can see that the reflective surfaces of those lenses are so beautiful.
Well, the telescope is beautiful, and part of my job is to create images that are both technically accurate, and when these images get pushed out to the public, for the public to see, I do want them to be striking, and I want people to look at them and then learn more about the telescope.
So before we get ahead of ourselves, Chris, I know you brought a video with you today that kind of tells a little bit about the James Webb Space Telescope, and it's a time-lapse video. So when students watch it, they'll see the satellite open and close, I believe, in the video. So can we take a look at that video, and then we'll explore some more of your photographs of the project itself?
Video. Sounds great.
Thanks. Wow. So that telescope looks ginormous. So can you relate in size for the students about how big the telescope is in comparison to Hubble, maybe?
Well, the telescope itself is made of two components. And what you saw there in the beginning of the video, of the time lapse, was the optical portion, the mirrors and the instruments, actually coming over, right, and being joined with the sun shield and the spacecraft itself, the spacecraft bus. Then you saw the sun shield actually deploy, so open up. And that sun shield is about the size of a tennis court, okay? The mirror itself is 6.5 meters, which makes this telescope about 100 times more powerful than the Hubble telescope itself.
Okay, so just a couple more questions, if you don't mind, from our students. They're flying in here. So a personal question, are you a media personnel for NASA? I guess they're asking if you work for the Public Affairs Office, or are you directly connected with the Webb telescope?
So both. My job is two-pronged. I'm both a technical photographer as well as an Office of Communications photographer. So some of my photography is used purely for engineering purposes, and other photography goes out to the public through the Office of Communications.
Perfect. So there's another question about photography. Is there a specific way of photographing the satellites, or is it just normal photography? Do you use special cameras that we don't normally see? Or I guess that's the question they're asking.
I use normal cameras, but one of the things that I aim for in my photography is to have distortion. You see is basically what the telescope looks like. So I try to avoid really hard angles or you know, skew everything. So I look straight at the telescope, and I want to create the most perfect pictures I can. Like this one behind me, if you can see it.
Oh, yeah. Is there a particular camera you like using? A student has asked that. So what camera do you use? I'm sure you have several, but you might have a favorite.
So I use 35mm digital cameras. I also use medium format digital cameras, which makes it so that I can blow the pictures up really big.
Okay, so some of the other questions have to do with the Webb telescope in general. So why don't we take a look at some of the other photographs that you brought with you today, and maybe we might get to answer some of those questions during our discussion. So what are we looking at here?
So here you're looking at test and also locations as to where the telescope itself was tested. So that first test is showing you how they might clean some of the mirrors at some point. This technique has actually never been used to clean the mirrors, but it's a really interesting shot. They're blowing carbon dioxide snow onto a mirror, very similar to the mirrors on the telescope, and they're cleaning the surface with that. They've never used that technique on the telescope itself. The other photograph, the center photograph, is one of the locations that the telescope is tested in, and I just thought it was an amazing location. I get to photograph in really incredible spaces. This particular space is used to test the telescope, the communications of the telescope, to see how the telescope will do in space. They shoot radio waves at it, if you will, to see how the communications will be. And then that last photograph with the pink wall, that is the room where the telescope was actually, the mirrors were assembled. So that is the clean room, and that wall there are all the filters in the clean room, right? So that's how they keep the clean room so clean. Next slide. Okay. These are two great photographs. That first one there on the left is the videographers on the team, as well as myself, had an evening with the telescope, if you will, after some testing, after some successful testing, and we were able to turn the lights down and create really, really nice lighting so that you can see how beautiful that mirror is. And that image on the right is a shot of the telescope at NASA Johnson Space Center. That's inside of a test chamber. The primary mirror is deployed, the secondary mirror is deployed, and it was a 90-day test where they actually took this telescope down to the temperatures that it will see in space. to make sure that everything was going to work. And I made this photograph right after the test was completed.
The students want to know, is there going to be a webcam on the telescope where they can see it working in space?
Unfortunately not. I would love for there to be one. In fact, I would love to go and photograph it myself, but no, there won't be a webcam on it.
Well, I know, like for the Perseverance rover, there was a webcam that you could tune in and see what the engineers were doing. And I don't know the answer to this question myself. Is there something like that where we can peek in and see the work that's occurring with the telescope here on Earth?
So there was for years when the telescope was here at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. Now the telescope is in California at Northrop Grumman for the final testing and assembly. And there are no cameras in that facility. And that's one of the reasons that I go out periodically to make photographs so that you can see the progress.
Oh, gotcha. So you are truly our storyteller. Thank you. Thanks for sharing the story.
My pleasure.
What's the purpose of the Webb telescope? Is it going to take the place of Hubble, or what is its job going to be?
Well, as you know, the Hubble telescope is still in space in low Earth orbit, and it's doing just fine. It's still creating great science. The James Webb Space Telescope is the successor to Hubble, but it works in a completely different range in terms of light. So it works in the infrared range. And what that's going to do is allow us to see further into space and back in time, if you will. So we'll be able to see some of the first light from some of the first galaxies that Hubble was not able to see.
Amazing. That's so amazing. I can't wait to get that into space. Are you going to be at the launch, or where are you going to be during the launch of the Webb telescope?
I plan on being in French Guiana for the launch. It's launching from French Guiana in South America on Halloween 2021.
All right. That'll be a good trip, and I'm sure you'll be very proud to see that finally lift off. All right, I know
Definitely.
You brought some more photos because that's what you do. So let's look at some more of your pictures that you brought of the telescope. What are we looking at here?
On the left there, that is the solar array, which is going to, that's 4 of the 5 panels of the solar array that's going to provide power for the telescope during the mission. That really interesting picture in the center there is the telescope when it was here at Goddard Space Flight Center during a nighttime contamination control peek at the telescope. They turn all the lights off and they look at the telescope, every inch of the telescope with lights, with flashlights. So this particular image is a time exposure. The camera shutter was open for about 2 minutes, and that's why all the people are blurry and the light seems really eerie. The image there, the last image with the 5 guys in the white suits against the white background, they're actually closing the doors to the telescope's transportation container. And that's one of my favorite pictures. It just shows that a lot of people are doing a lot of different things in the project, and it's really interesting.
Love it. I think there's another slide of some more images of Webb.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, oh, there we go.
So this is an illustration, I think, of the many faces of Webb, if you will. So I'm actually going to start from right to left describing these. So that image on the right with the 2 gentlemen standing in front of the huge primary mirror was done just before a big optical test that they were going to do. And that is the entire 6.5 meter mirror, primary mirror of the telescope in its full glory. And that gives you an idea of the size of that mirror compared to those 2 guys on the floor there. The image in the center shows how the telescope is folded for launch, right? So one of the wings is folded back. So you have, we call those wings, and then there's a center section. So you have the 6.5 meter mirror with one of the wings with the 3 mirrors on the side folded back as they're doing another test there. And that final image there on the left is actually the image of the telescope folded for launch with the sun shields partially folded. So that gives you an idea of the different parts of the telescope. as well as how it relates to the size of those technicians down there at the bottom.
The students are asking, are the mirrors made of actual gold?
The mirrors have a layer of gold on them. So the mirrors themselves are made out of beryllium. They chose beryllium because it's very stable at the temperatures that the telescope is going to see. But the mirrors have a layer of gold. In fact, hopefully I get this fact right, but all the gold on the mirrors, all the gold on all 18 of the mirrors is about the same, weight as a golf ball. So it's not that much gold, but it is actual gold on the top of the mirrors. Yes.
What's the benefits of using gold?
Gold happens to reflect infrared light better than just about anything else. So it's used for its optical properties. Yeah.
Very good. The students are asking, and maybe we can show the next slide because it kind of shows what your life is like at NASA. Are you going to be assigned to a new project once Webb launches?
I hope to work as a photographer on the Nancy Grace Roman telescope. That is it's a wide field infrared telescope, and it is slated to begin construction now, actually, at the Goddard Space Flight Center. So that's what I wear when I not the shot of me with the hair flying, but the shot of me with the camera in my hands. I actually wear a clean suit whenever I go into the clean room, just like the technicians. I have to wear the clean suit. I have to wear the mask, the gloves, the booties, everything. And my cameras have to be clean before I actually go into a clean room. Now that shot of me on the right there is me during a zero-G flight. We worked a really brief project, but that project flew in a zero-G camera, and one of the guys was nice enough to take this picture of me, and it was a lot of fun.
Oh, I bet that was a lot of fun. So that's an airplane that you can take a flight, and it does parabola flights, and you occasionally gain weightlessness, just like an astronaut. So I can imagine that felt amazing.
Yes, it was a really amazing feeling.
Yeah, don't forget about putting those questions in the chat box. You guys are doing a great job so far. We've gotten some really good questions for Chris. So let's see, I can ask you some more while we've got a pause here. What orbit will the James Webb Telescope attain?
The James Webb Space Telescope is not going to orbit Earth. It's actually going to orbit the sun, just like we do. It's going out 1 million miles from Earth, and it's going out so far so that the radiation, the heat, the light from Earth will not affect the telescope itself. So that particular orbit is called L2, the Lagrange point 2, or L2.
Someone's addressing your wearing the bunny suit there. So why is such great levels of cleanliness needed for making and transportation of the telescope? So why the bunny suit? Are you protecting yourself? Or are you protecting the telescope?
We're protecting the telescope. We don't want any dust, any hair, any fibers from our clothes to actually interfere with the operation of the telescope when it's in space.
Very good. Why is the telescope so long?
So long. So big?
So I think when it deploys, you see that long, that long bit that comes out in front of the big mirror. So yeah, why is it so long?
So the largest part of the telescope is the sun shield. And it is what it sounds like. It's a shield from the sun. So just like you might have an umbrella to shade you on sunny days, we need to keep the telescope cool and in the shade. So that sun shield blocks the telescope's instruments from the sun, because this telescope needs to operate really, really cold.
Very good. Okay. So will there ever be a possibility to repair the telescope if there is an issue?
Well, I think that we won't have any issues. I think that's the hope. And I'll never say never, because I'm not an engineer and I've always been amazed, but there are no plans to repair this telescope.
Okay. Oh, goodness. Do you know how much money this telescope costs? That's a big question.
I've heard it's a lot.
I've heard a lot too. Let's look at some. You did bring some larger pictures that I want to share with the students before we run out of time. So there's one of someone, it looks like they're being reflected in the mirror. Can you explain this photo to us?
So the mirrors were made in the United States by a company, and that company sent the mirrors to us basically one by one. So this was actually the first mirror to arrive at the Goddard Space Flight Center, and they're inspecting it. They're looking it over inch by inch to see if there are any imperfections, if there's any contamination, because that's what we need to do in order to make sure that this telescope is perfect. So this was the first mirror to arrive.
Perfect. Let's look at the next one that you brought. Is Webb the only project you've worked on for NASA while we're waiting for the next photo?
I worked on Hubble.
Oh, Hubble.
On the last
okay.
Hubble surface.
I had a student asked if you had taken a picture of Orion for the Artemis program, so you haven't had a chance to go and do that yet.
No, I haven't. So,
okay,
so
this is my favorite picture.
It's one of my favorites too. This is an engineer. His name's Ed, and Ed is at the bottom of a chamber called the Space Environment Simulator. So the environment that he's in is designed to get really, really cold. But believe it or not, there are certain parts of the telescope which need to be kept really warm. And they use special heaters on those parts. And this blanket was also designed to keep some of those parts a little warmer than their super cold parts. So he's getting that blanket in place. It's called a thermal blanket. And I just had to make this photograph because it just looks really neat.
I've actually seen those thermal blankets used in like emergency preparedness kits. Are those similar to what you're using there at NASA?
It's very similar. Very similar.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like a tinfoil blanket. Interesting.
Right. It's lightweight.
And I think we have one. Yeah.
Go ahead. No.
I think we had one more photo that you wanted to share with us before we get to the students' mission for the day.
Okay. So this is another peek inside of the inner operations. So each one of those mirrors came in its own special container. It's a container sealed environment. So the environment inside of the container is sealed, and so no contamination can get in. And I just thought it was neat how these guys had to push the mirrors around the Space Flight Center there. And I wanted you to see this shot.
So do you think Webb is going to compete for Hubble as far as the legacy of the two telescopes go, or do you think Webb is going to be a completely different story than what you told with Hubble?
I think that Webb will continue the story. And I definitely don't think that it will compete, but it will augment, it will add to the story, and it'll give us more insights into our universe. So I think we need both of them.
I agree. So in the last few minutes of our episode today, Chris, do you have any final advice or tips for our middle and high school students that may be watching?
Well, if you look at my story, I've come full circle. I had an interest in science and engineering. In fact, that's what got me into photography to begin with. And I didn't necessarily pursue my pure interest when I first went to college. I actually recommend that you look at what your interests are, look at what your passions are, and take a long look at the schools and what they might offer you, and follow your heart.
I love it. Follow your heart. That's a good way to end. So we're going to challenge students today to an activity. They've got their own mission. And what they can do is actually create their own bookmark about the life cycle of a star. There's going to be a lot of work that Webb's going to be collecting and a lot of data that we're going to learn thanks to the Webb telescope, so students can begin their journey of knowledge about the life cycle of a star by creating their own bookmark. And you can print the bookmark and the activity and the supplies that you'll need at the link, and we'll put that in our chat box for you. And be sure to share your work with us on social media. And I just want to use this last few seconds to thank Chris for joining us today. I hope you had as much fun as I did. And I want to encourage the students to follow your heart, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for having me.
Goodbye, Cassini, your mission's fini. Bravo, Cassini, have some linguini. You showed us Saturn's rings and lots of pretty things. Huygens probe took a dive early 2005. Landed on Titan, it was exciting. Your mission never failed to surprise, dazzled our eyes. Now dive to Saturn, vaporize.
In 1997, an ambitious international mission launches to Saturn that would, for the first time, attempt to place an orbiting spacecraft around the planet and land a probe on a moon in the outer solar system. But it was a mission that had to fight its way just to reach the launch pad.
Our Congress has had some agony over the program. We're going to have to operate under a very strict fund ceiling and an unyielding schedule.
We are all going to have to strive for, as we go through this process, is a continual search for the least unacceptable solution.
The journey to Saturn took 7 long years, and being captured into orbit depended on what would happen during just 3 hours.
We chased everything that could go wrong down the rabbit hole. We went down every path of, if this goes wrong, what do we do? If that goes wrong, what do we do?
All stations on net, SOI systems. Just an advisory, we're coming up on the time that the critical sequence will initiate the turn to the SOI burn attitude.
This was one of those moments where you're either in orbit or you're a $1 billion flyby.
Flight is welcome.
Go ahead, SOICOM.
The Doppler has flattened out.
With Cassini safely in orbit, science quickly took center stage, beginning with dazzling images of Saturn's rings.
I'm surprised at how surprised I am at the beauty and the clarity of these images. They are shocking to me.
Investigating Saturn's iconic rings will be just one part of what will turn out to be 13 years of discoveries about the Saturnian system. And what will be realized about Saturn's moons will even transform how we think about our solar system and open up new pathways for the future of space exploration.
Around one planet, we find 2 moons that could potentially have the key ingredients to support life.
Triumph at Saturn. Next. For some scientists, the Saturnian moon Titan has been a higher priority for exploration than even Saturn or any other planet. That's because Titan may resemble what Earth was like billions of years ago, making this moon a kind of time machine that preserves in deep freeze many of the conditions that led to life on our planet. Titan is the only moon in our solar system having a dense atmosphere made mostly of nitrogen, just like the Earth. There are smaller amounts of methane and ethane that break down into organic compounds, creating the moon's smoggy orange haze. Titan's extremely cold temperatures turn some gases into liquids, which led scientists to wonder, could Titan have oceans, made not of water, but of liquid methane and ethane. These questions made the unmasking of Titan a major objective of the Cassini-Huygens mission. And before the release of the Huygens probe, Cassini would have the first opportunity to see this moon close up. With hopes sky high that the spacecraft might see Titan's surface, scientists were eager to share the 5-hour-plus flyby live with the world.
And you're watching live coverage from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. Tonight, the Cassini spacecraft has its first close encounter with Saturn's largest and most intriguing moon, Titan. This is the closest we have ever been to Titan, and over the next 5.5 hours, we hope to see the best images we have ever seen of Titan. And here on NASA TV, you will see those images just minutes after they actually arrive on the ground.
And right on cue, the images began streaming down. But it quickly became apparent that Titan wasn't ready for its first close-up.
We have just received exciting word that we have the first image in.
Okay, so this looks like, boy, it takes a bit of processing to bring out features.
What appeared at first glance to be black and white smudges left scientists and viewers alike puzzled as to what they were seeing.
Look at that. Look at that. And we don't know what it is.
Anything stand out in your mind at this point?
Yeah, it's been a very strange evening. If you put me against a wall and said what's cloud and what isn't cloud, I really couldn't tell you. I assume that much of this is surface features. Yeah, these are low contrast. Not really sure what we're looking at here.
With us now is Torrance Johnson, one of the imaging scientists, to kind of give us the overall, what does it mean?
Well, I think first off, the main thing that tonight's meant for us is we've had a very successful encounter. We're really looking at a great haul of data here. And well, you saw some of this stuff coming in. There's clearly stuff to be seen there on that surface. Understanding it's a different issue. And one of the things that all of us on the project have been talking about for a long time is this sort of cooperative science approach. We knew Titan was a tough target, was going to hold its secrets tightly, and so we designed this mission and the experiments to hit it with everything we've got. This is our first chance to do that, really. We're really going to have to do a full-up, complete body scan of Titan to figure out what's going on.
This encounter confirmed that Titan would be as complex as it was obscure. Fortunately, there are many more Cassini flybys still ahead. But next up to explore Titan is the European Space Agency's Huygens probe that will try to descend all the way to the moon's surface.
The procedure here is pretty standard. We're going to follow right through the MOP. The idea is a series of brief reports from
8 weeks have passed, and it is the eve of Christmas Eve as leaders of the Cassini-Huygens team hold a go, no-go meeting on whether to release the Huygens probe.
We had 2 opportunities to update this, one at the Titan flyby.
There are no known technical issues with which to contend, making this meeting mostly a formality.
Cleanup. Navigation has flown a precision trajectory, so there was no need for us to make any updates.
Tracking data has been absolutely excellent lately. The DSN has been doing a really good job, and Julie's team has doing a marvelous job. She has given us recently really great maneuvers, so without that...
Yeah, don't jinx it, Jerry. Don't jinx it.
I'm just raising my expectations.
There go the pagers.
I know, yeah. Because I jump because the pager goes off.
Based on what we've heard here from the representatives of the people that did the work, it's very clear that the orbiter JPL part of this team is ready to proceed.
The probe team is also ready to go, so we are green for tomorrow. So let's go. Okay, well, let me just add my enormous thanks from the European side for the terrific collaborative effort.
on the U.S. side. It's just been great to be working with you, and I think we're all very appreciative, and so let's go.
Okay, we are a go. Very good.
Southwood's remarks were heartfelt. As 4 years earlier, the mission had faced what seemed an unsolvable problem, a design flaw found on Huygens' receiver located on the Cassini spacecraft. An in-flight test revealed the receiver was incapable of adjusting to Doppler shifts, changes in radio frequencies. That would leave Huygens' data nearly worthless. A major fix required a hands-on solution. Impossible to do with the probe a billion miles away. Knowing little could be done to Huygens, the best hope rested with Cassini, when mission planners realized that adjustments to the spacecraft's trajectory could minimize radio frequency changes. This required Cassini to fly higher above Titan and at a relatively slower speed, which would allow the data to be accurately recorded as the probe descended. But this solution was not free. It would cost Cassini a quarter of its reserve fuel. This sacrifice confirmed that Cassini-Huygens was truly an international partnership, for without this decision, Huygens was assured of being seen as a failed mission. The crisis was now only a memory, and it was now time for the probe to detach from Cassini to begin its dangerous descent into Titan.
Call station on it, Flight Director. We're going to do a final pull here.
There's a JPL saying that for some celestial reason, major mission events always seem to happen on holidays, weekends, late at night, or a combination of the three. The probe's release is no exception to the rule. It is Christmas Eve.
I'd like to start the poll in 5 minutes.
On hand to show their support for the Cassini team are leaders of the Huygens probe, JPL Director Charles Alachi, Caltech President David Baltimore, and arriving just in the nick of time, JPL veteran Tom Gavin, whose job title includes the phrase Mission Success.
Nothing like cutting it close.
Nothing, well,
or you lost signal.
No, I knew you had under control. Right?
Yes, sir.
He came for when we received the signal. That's the important thing.
We got it all.
When will they acquire the signal, do you think?
Earliest carrier lock is 729.
That's right on the money.
Right on the spot.
That's like exactly.
Released. All three. All right.
We see a big.
Okay, you're on your own now, you know.
With the Huygens probe now on its own, silently free-falling to Titan for the next 21 days, the Cassini team can relax and enjoy the holidays, especially New Year's Day. That was because JPL was sponsoring a float in the Pasadena Tournament of Roses parade for only the third time in the lab's history. The float featured 9 JPL missions. The one at the top was Cassini. The Huygens dive into Titan is the most distant landing ever attempted. The descent through the atmosphere is expected to take more than 2 hours. The hope is that the probe's batteries will last long enough to reach the surface. What it will be like, no one really knows, because there could be lakes or seas of methane, the probe has been designed to float. But first, Huygens has to survive the plunge through Titan's atmosphere. The entry speed is more than 12,000 miles per hour. Soon, temperatures are soaring over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If the heat shield does its job, the science instruments inside the probe will have no idea there is an inferno taking place just inches away. After surviving the initial phase of the descent, the first of 3 parachutes deploys. Nearer the surface, the winds begin to calm, and Titan's orange haze begins to clear, revealing below a surreal landscape.
So imagine descending down through a misty, cloudy atmosphere, and suddenly below you breaks this vista of this very bright hill with channels that are carved by liquid, with rounded pebbles that were evidently rolled and tumbled by liquid. That was what the Huygens probe saw, and it showed us that methane not only is in the atmosphere, but has been raining and producing weather and carving features in the landscape for long periods of time.
As Huygens lands in a triumphant plop, history is made. And better yet, the probe's batteries are still working. What Huygens sees seems to resemble a dried-up riverbed. Right in front are rocks made of frozen water, harder than stone. There are no signs of lakes or seas. But Huygens' view is only a single spot on a moon larger than the planet Mercury. The global reconnaissance will come from Cassini. On many of Cassini's orbits around Saturn, the spacecraft will fly near Titan, allowing navigators to use the moon's mass to alter trajectories while at the same time conserving fuel. These flybys are also opportunities to use Cassini's powerful radar to penetrate through swaths of the moon's hazy atmosphere. The radio waves that bounce back from Titan's surface can be turned by scientists into topographical maps. Piece by piece, swath by swath, Titan is revealed.
Let's start at the beginning and run to the end and just see what interesting things we see, and maybe you can point out the things that you've seen too.
Okay, here's the new swath as it comes through here.
Titan really is, in some ways, a kind of a cosmic striptease act, because we can't see the surface in the normal wavelengths that our eyes would use, and the radar operates by making images in narrow strips, and so strip by strip in different places, Titan has been unveiled.
Here, can everyone see?
In that slide, you can see a feature that runs almost perpendicular to the altimetry track.
So we see the end of the dunes here, and you see the dunes peter out, and they get brighter, which is interesting here.
Massive dunes are seen, made not of sand, but of organic molecules containing carbon.
From the email traffic last night, I sort of gather nobody sees a magic island in the data that we have, correct?
I think that's correct.
I'll tell you what, you want to zoom in on the beginning of that?
A large dark basin turns out to be a lake full of methane. It is the first of hundreds of deep lakes and seas that will be found.
Most of the observation of this lake, they show a subsurface reflection. So the depth of this particular lake is about 100 meters, as we can see from the axis of the image.
Is it right to get out of this that the small lakes don't seem to be any shallower than the larger lakes?
Titan's strangest discovery is a continent-sized area named Xanadu. Here are canyons and mountains that resemble no other place on this moon. It is as if, one scientist said, it's from another world.
One thing, just to make a quick comment, is that I am always very impressed by the radar planning teams. They absolutely got it right on the bullseye, because this is, a long way away, flying by at kilometers per second, and they put it right on the bullseye. Nice job.
Titan may even have volcanoes that gush out an icy mixture of water and other materials. And this water comes from a hidden ocean beneath Titan's icy shell. And whenever water is mentioned, it's not long before the question is raised, is this a place that could possibly support life?
Giant Titan, the size of the planet Mercury, has a global liquid water ocean underneath its icy crust, as well as methane lakes and seas at the North Pole. And we wonder, could those methane lakes and seas support a different kind of life? So that's really opened our eyes.
There's still more that was discovered. This moon has weather and seasons. Here it rains, not water, but methane that floats down like snow.
It's so Earth-like that this is a very familiar place. The chemistry in the atmosphere is much more complex than expected. And the system as a whole is just as intricate as Earth in terms of the atmosphere interacting with the surface and the materials on the surface. Titan has a methane cycle just like Earth has a water cycle. And being able to watch that in action, seeing the lakes on the surface, the channels that have been carved into the surface, and then actually seeing clouds forming in the atmosphere and rain, the effect of rain on the surface. That whole cycle has been one of the things that's been absolutely spectacular.
Saturn's moon, Enceladus, was also a target of special interest for Cassini. It is the most reflective object in the entire solar system. And a great mystery was why this moon seemed to have so few craters. Theories abounded. Might there be some internal heat source that melts ice on the surface, which then fills in the holes? Could volcanoes or geysers account for the moon's shiny facade? Or was Enceladus just a dead, airless ball of ice? Cassini would find the answer, sending shock waves through the scientific community, all of it brought about by one of the spacecraft's least known science instruments, the spacecraft's magnetometer. It's a kind of high-tech compass that makes measurements of magnetic fields. It's so sensitive that it can even detect the spacecraft's own magnetic emissions. To cancel out those unwanted signals, this instrument was marooned out on the end of Cassini's long boom. On this flyby, no one was expecting there would be much from the lonely instrument.
I must confess we weren't expecting to see anything, and so we didn't look at the data for a couple of days. And then when we went in and looked at the data, only magnetometer people can get excited by our data, because you sort of plot it as on a scale where you look at the whole day. And we had a look at the wiggles on the plot, and they looked strange.
The expectation was that Saturn's magnetic field would extend straight out and flow directly through Enceladus. Instead, the magnetic field was curving around the moon. There were also unexpected signs of ionized water vapor molecules. These were measurements that could be translated into sounds as the spacecraft approached and departed from Enceladus.
And so it was clear that there was a source of water group ions in the vicinity of Enceladus. And in addition to that, there was something strange going on in the magnetic field. It looked as if Enceladus was a much bigger obstacle to the flow of plasma and field coming from Saturn. It was almost as if the magnetic field of Saturn and the plasma of Saturn were being stood off from the surface of the moon.
Unsure of the accuracy of the data, Dougherty and her team awaited the results of a second, closer flyby.
And I must confess, we looked at that data straight away. We were a little concerned about the calibration of the instrument, but that there seemed to be something in the data which was pointing to an atmospheric signature of some kind. And at that stage, we were talking about an atmosphere covering the entire surface.
Not everyone on Dougherty's team agreed. For one thing, tiny Enceladus lacks enough gravity to hold an atmosphere in place. In hopes of solving the mystery, Dougherty proposed flying even closer to Enceladus on the next flyby. Doing so would upset trajectory and science plans long ago mapped out, but Dougherty's argument won the day. Navigators plotted out a new course that sent Cassini skimming just over 100 miles above the moon.
For the couple of nights before that flyby, I didn't sleep. What happened if we had seen nothing at all? No one would ever have believed anything I said again. And I didn't sleep well at all. But then we got the data back, and it was spectacular.
In the southern polar region, Cassini found the landscape free of craters, yet littered with house-sized boulders of ice, carved out along bluish trenches that scientists dubbed tiger stripes. The moon would no longer be known for being smooth. Here was a fractured surface, containing crisscrossing faults, folds, and ridges. These crevices tell us that Enceladus is geologically alive. From these fissures, more than a mile deep, geysers are erupting. Nicknamed Cold Faithful, they are continuously spraying out massive jets of ice particles and water vapor. The speculation from more than a decade before that the shiny surface of Enceladus might be the result of ice volcanism turned out to be true. A momentous discovery that began with unusual wiggles on a chart.
I thought, okay, my reputation is saved. They're not going to think I'm crazy. But also, it made me feel really proud of what magnetometer instruments can do because, you know, in some ways, because we're just wiggly data on a plot, it's very hard to get people enthused by our data. You sort of media guys as well, it's really difficult to enthuse you.
The detection of geysers was stunning, for it meant the existence of liquid water near the surface of this bitterly cold moon. And that turned Enceladus in an instant into a prime target for the remainder of the mission. Previous plans were tossed aside in favor of adding more Enceladus flybys, including dramatic plunges through the plumes.
What is that? And look at this little thing here, the circular feature. It's so complex. The question is, are both of them coming out of the tiger stripes? Be nice to get a temperature measurement right on that. Look at that. It looks almost like a river. But see, that's in shadow, but we can still see because the moon is so bright. There's so much multiple scattering.
Enceladus is as small as it is bright. This small when compared to Earth and our moon. Given its diminutive size, It was thought Enceladus would have long ago lost any interior heat. And what, scientists wondered, was causing Enceladus plumes to spray out these hot spots? The answer involves Saturn's massive tidal forces. They create friction inside the moon's interior, where there exists an ocean of water, a tremendous discovery. And liquid from this ocean wells upward, creating the moon's hot spots and the geysers that vent out. And from these plumes, scientists discovered that the moon's ocean contains salts and complex organic molecules, likely created by hydrothermal vents, the exact conditions believed to have given rise to life on Earth. For many, these discoveries about this tiny moon was Cassini's biggest triumph. For Enceladus is now one of the most promising destinations to search for life elsewhere in our solar system. Cassini's discoveries during the first 4 years at Saturn raised new questions to answer. With the spacecraft in excellent health, NASA twice extended the mission's funding. Over the course of 13 years, the spacecraft orbited Saturn 294 times. No two orbits were alike. Determining the pathways for these intricate loops is the work of true rocket scientists, or as they are called, tour designers. They are mathematical wizards who charted courses through the maze of Saturn's 80-plus moons and its ring system.
Tour should be ranked green if it's...
That is half of the job of these 3 tour designers. The other half, trying to please 200 scientists.
You know, this tour is probably a yellow, because I hate to keep having this email exchange back and forth. Looks bad, I think. We're taking in all the science requirements, which are, you know, can be a stack that thick. We're kind of like a tour guide bringing a big group of kids or scientists to Disneyland. And the only problem is we have to stick together as a group. We all have to do the same thing. And it's, again, trying to please everyone equally, or as my old supervisor said, equally unhappy. If everyone's equally unhappy by the end of the tour selection process, then we've done our job. You can see that all of the tours have a large number of Southern Hemisphere coverage.
We have evaluated the nominal tours that came out last week. Any modifications are things that we're going to have to grapple with as a group this week. We can't have an input that's a mix of the two unless we all understand all of the implications.
Hey guys, can I interrupt for a minute?
They debate it out, they listen to each other, it gets heated at times.
Is that a reasonable approach?
That's what I would like to see.
But I have an objection to that.
Yes.
Are we making the right choice for the right reasons?
Well, every team is going to have to think about that, because we're not going to do the allocation until after the tour is selected. So in a sense, you are taking that risk.
It can be very frustrating at first because in one meeting someone will say, well, do A, you got to do A. And the next meeting they'll say, oh, you can't do that, you have to do this instead.
Just a strategic comment. I think everybody in this room knows how rushed the evaluation of all these tours were because they came in so late.
It starts out, everybody's on different ends, sometimes yelling, sometimes red-faced, really mad, like they're really trying to make sure they get heard.
The tour designers have been looking at what is the flexibility in a given tour to raise and lower the altitude. You know, we have to look at the ripple effect.
When you're up high, out of the orbit plane, you're up way above Saturn, you get a good view of the rings, but you're not around any of the other moons. And so the people that want to look at the rings want to be up high and look at the rings. The other people want to be down in the same plane with the rings where they can visit all the other moons. And that's a huge tug of war.
You know, it's such that the J2 perturbations aren't maximized.
What you're hearing here, and I said it earlier, what you're hearing from people in this room, the science side, is they haven't had a chance to really evaluate the information in a way well enough so they think we've got the right decision. And so I think
we had went through the stressful times earlier in the week, meeting with each discipline working group, because, we sit in front of these, 40 or 50, world-renowned scientists in a specific field, and it's kind of like a congressional hearing where they just fire off questions, one after the other. You really have to know your stuff and understand every idiosyncrasy of each specific tour.
But after they got hurt, people kind of calmed down a little bit, but eventually everybody gets agreed, yeah, that's kind of the best thing. So we're very lucky that the spacecraft is very highly functional and we have a lot of fuel. All the tours are good, and I'd feel happy if any of them got selected. All of them are going to be really exciting. Just amazing pictures. It's almost like we have Ansel Adams riding on the spacecraft. I'm talking about pictures, but the other stuff is neat too. Some of these instruments, they can just take a picture and they can tell you what it's made out of. It's like some sort of Star Trek thing, but really Star Trek didn't have instruments this cool, They just had this like green ray, and it did everything, right? Their tricorder or whatever. Or the really amazing stuff is when they find something that's like, they have no idea. They have like a Iapetus, that ridge. Iapetus, it's like the equator is actually marked. It's like when I was a kid, I had a globe that got messed up and the equator kind of stuck out. That's the way Iapetus is. There's this mountain ridge right along the equator. It's so bizarre.
This meeting was only one of several taking place. It is at this larger gathering where the proposals of the tour designers, representing a year's worth of work with little time off for weekends and holidays, will be judged.
Compared to the usual agenda, today is turned upside down, and the reason for that is tour design is the main topic of this whole meeting. You'll notice that there's some filming or video going on. This is a JPL activity to document how decisions are made on projects and they go have a cutting and editing process, so I'm not sure that we'll recognize it necessarily when it's any case.
It's like the worst take-home final ever invented. You have 200 professors, and the hardest questions you can think of, and you're just kind of slogging through it, trying to get it done, and then you hand it in. PF7, 11, they're both very much like 6 and 6H9. It kind of feels good to have it handed in, but you're not really awake enough for really much of emotion or anything. So you end up with a Titan flyby at apoapsis and or at periapsis, and then you come back, then you do a pi transfer, then you crank up again. So there's a lot of inclined time in this, and when it comes
from an infinite number of possibilities, the tours are whittled down to 9. Next, the science teams are to rank them as green, acceptable, yellow, partially acceptable, or red, not acceptable.
But it sounds like 6, H9, and 8 should either both be red or both be yellow.
But wanting more wiggle room, scientists introduce a new color to the voting: lime.
Okay. 6H9, 3 greens, a lime, and a red.
It's kind of like our job was over. We're just waiting to hear the result. I guess it's kind of like the jury coming in, but you're too tired to care what your sentence is.
So you're talking about PF9 for Titan?
Eventually, a consensus is reached.
Applause.
No doubt the winning tour has left the scientists equally happy and unhappy. The tour designers are just plain happy. For the first time in a year, they will have their lives back.
It's done. It's over. The decision's been made. We were happy, but also just absolutely felt like your truck had run over you.
Hello, this is Arthur Clarke, joining you from my home in Colombo, Sri Lanka. I'm delighted to be part of this event to mark Cassini's flyby of Iapetus
When science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke wrote the classic 2001 A Space Odyssey, he chose for the book's final scene Saturn's moon Iapetus.
As you know, I have more than a passing interest in Saturn. And
in the movie version of 2001, the ending scene was changed to Jupiter, but for Clarke, Iapetus remained a place of deep mystery. He shared his enthusiasm for Saturn's third largest moon with those who gathered in JPL's auditorium to witness images of Iapetus as they first arrived.
This is a particularly exciting moment for fans of 2001, A Space Odyssey, because that's where the lone astronaut, Dave Bowman, discovers the Saturn monolith, which turns out to be a gateway to the stars. More than 40 years later, I can't remember why I placed the Saturn monolith on Iapetus, but I've always had this strange fascination for Saturn and its family of moons. By the way, that family has been growing at a very impressive rate. When Cassini was launched, we knew of only 18 moons. I understand it's now 60 and counting. I can't resist the temptation to say, my God is full of moons. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed with what Cassini discovers at Iapetus. I want to thank everyone associated with this mission. Science projects are tremendously important for our understanding of the solar system. Who knows, one day our survival on Earth may depend on what we discover out there. This is Arthur Clarke, wishing you a successful flyby.
What Cassini saw at Iapetus was breathtaking. Many of the observations focused on examining a mountain ridge on the equator that contributes to the moon's unusual walnut-shaped appearance. These mountains, made mostly of ice, are among the tallest in the solar system, soaring 12 miles high, more than twice that of Mount Everest. Scientists have more than one idea as to how they may have formed.
One thought is that perhaps when Iapetus was more fluid or pliable, it was spinning very, very fast. And so it sort of bulged out at its equator as it was spinning, and as it cooled off, then it held that shape. Actually had that mountain range going around it.
While the bulge remains to be solved, scientists believe they are on more solid ground as to the reason why Iapetus is so starkly black and white.
One of the puzzles going all the way back to Voyager is that dark material coming from inside Iapetus, maybe some kind of volcanic eruption, or is it coming from outside? And Cassini solved that puzzle. Turns out that there's a captured moon Phoebe in the outer part of the Saturn system. Dust from Phoebe comes in and gets swept up onto one side of Iapetus, coating that side in almost a charcoal black material.
This black material absorbs heat from the sun, turning the moon's water ice into a vapor that accumulates like snow, falling on the trailing side of Iapetus. The result is the moon's distinct yin and yang veneer. Phoebe, the moon responsible for Iapetus' dark material, resides on the outskirts of the Saturnian system. This is a frozen artifact from the time when the solar system was forming. Its battered surface speaks of a violent past. Everywhere there are ancient craters and landslides. Phoebe was the first Saturnian moon Cassini saw up close, and it proved to be a harbinger of the bounty to come. For at the time of Cassini's launch, there were just 18 confirmed Saturnian moons. Now there are 82. These moons are as diverse in shape, size, and composition as they are numerous. Battered Mimas, with its massive crater, resembles the Death Star from Star Wars. Hyperion resembles a sponge. Its interior is full of voids, so much so that it's thought of more as a rubble pile than a solid body. Atlas could be mistaken for a UFO. Prometheus a potato, and Pan a ravioli. These and other moons are part of Saturn's intricate system that influences the rings, the magnetosphere, and even the planet. And while best known for its rings, Saturn is deserving of its own attention. It is the second largest planet in the solar system. In volume, Saturn could hold more than 700 Earths. Composed mostly of helium and hydrogen gases, the planet has no solid surface, although deep within there is thought to be a dense core of metals. Despite its size, Saturn is astonishingly light, less dense than water. If it could be placed in an imaginary giant bathtub, Saturn would float. The planet's spin rate is also impressive. A Saturn day is only 10.5 hours long. This rapid rotation causes the planet to bulge out at the equator and flatten at the poles. Saturn's butterscotch exterior appears bland and calm, but this appearance is deceiving. Beneath the cloud tops is a churning cauldron of lightning and wind speeds that can reach over 1,000 miles an hour. At about every 30 Earth years, Saturn experiences a megastorm. Cassini had the good timing to witness one. This raging storm would grow to encircle the entire planet. Even more amazing is what can be seen at Saturn's poles.
Saturn has something unique in the solar system. It has a hexagon circling the North Pole. It's a 6-sided jet stream. You can almost imagine horses on a racetrack racing around the hexagon. We don't know why it keeps its 6-sided shape. It's some kind of a wave pattern that goes around Saturn, but it's very stable. It's been there for decades. It's about 2 Earth diameters across. At the very center, right at the North Pole, there's a giant hurricane. It's about half the size of the continental United States, with wind speeds about 4 times a typical hurricane-force wind.
A second monster storm was discovered at Saturn's south pole. It is also ringed with towering clouds, but lacks a hexagon. And while this vortex looks like a hurricane, it doesn't behave like one. These are just some of the wonders of Saturn witnessed by Cassini. But still to come is an entirely different way to explore the planet as the spacecraft nears its end. By 2017, Cassini had circled Saturn more than 250 times, and the mission's achievements had earned the praise of many, including the first human ever to set foot on another celestial body.
Hi, I'm Neil Armstrong. We're here at the Cincinnati Observatory.
Armstrong recorded this message to the Cassini team 4 years before his passing.
It has been said, science is about what is, and engineering is about what can be. The Cassini-Huygens program has demonstrated the best of both. And you are the people who made it the enormous success that it has been and is. Some of you are in science of what is. unraveling the secrets of the Saturnian system. Someone's had a full-time job just counting moons. The number of your new discoveries is nothing short of amazing. Some of you were in the what can be category. You were involved in the design of the spacecraft and the trajectories, system design and operation, instrumentation, how to make the measurements, programming the computers. We all give you our very best wishes to continue your outstanding performance. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
Cassini's original lifetime warranty was for 4 years at Saturn. The mission more than doubled that guarantee. In 2017, 20 years after its launch, the spacecraft was still performing beyond expectations.
It's like the spacecraft just now broke in. Everything's working just perfectly.
Yet Cassini's days are now numbered. It is running out of fuel. And before that happens, the spacecraft has to be set on a course that will ensure it will not crash into one of Saturn's moons that might harbor life.
Given that Enceladus now appears to have all the ingredients that could harbor life, we have new rules. And frankly, we have a very nice home for microbes. It's room temperature inside the spacecraft. A hardy microbe could easily have hitched a ride along. We went through a lot of studies on disposal options for the spacecraft. Some of them were to take it into a very long loopy orbits of Saturn, where it would be stable for thousands of years. But the scientific benefit wasn't there. We also had options to go back to Jupiter, go out to Uranus, go to the Trojan asteroids. We could have exercised a lot of those options, but none of them had the strength and appeal of a scientific mission at Saturn. We were built for Saturn. Saturn was absolutely just bristling with things we hadn't yet explored. Once we chose to stay, we had to figure out how to dispose of the spacecraft cleanly.
It's decided to end the mission by plunging Cassini into Saturn, but not before attempting to dive 22 times between the planet and the rings, a place no spacecraft has ever been.
This is where Cassini is right now in its orbit of Saturn. It's below the ring plane, which goes out here. We'll come over the top of the rings again in a few days. We do this every 7.5 days. On April 22nd, the spacecraft will fly fairly close to Saturn's big moon Titan. And Titan has enough gravitation that we can use it to trade orbital momentum between Titan going around Saturn and the spacecraft going around Saturn. And with that trade-off, a marvelous thing happens. The orbit of the spacecraft jumps inward towards Saturn so that the next close flyby of Saturn will be in between the rings and Saturn's atmosphere. Is that dangerous? We don't really know, but who knows? We might run into some big ring particles in there that we can't see in our observations. If that happens, oh well, it's been a good mission. If it doesn't clobber the spacecraft right away, then we'll have 22 more flights through, all the way out 1 million miles. It's a 1 million mile high roller coaster. Picture yourself going click, 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 click up a huge roller coaster. And then starting in, it's just falling. As we whip through the space between the rings and planet, we'll be going 120,000 kilometers per hour. The most important thing, I think, is the moment when Cassini's signal reaches the Earth. That means that the spacecraft has gone through, I don't know, maybe 1,000 different commands. Turning the spacecraft, operating the cameras and spectrometers and dust detectors and magnetometer. They make their observation. The spacecraft keeps turning and twisting to point everything. And the moment the signal hits Earth, we know that all of that in the past day has been successful. And I think that's party time.
But before there can be party time, there's the less glamorous work of creating those commands, and sometimes testing them in tucked-away labs.
I think we're good to go. Well, this is another C kernel. So after this meeting, I'm going to have to switch out this C kernel for 467. This is 444.
Okay.
And this won't run in real time because it's synced up to the real spacecraft clock. So we're just going to leave it sitting there so it's got a reminder of when the first meeting is.
Right. So the first AACS command is at 10:52:38. Yeah, this is interesting.
What we're setting up is we're practicing a main engine maneuver. We could need in the last few weeks of the mission to either come up out of the atmosphere or go down into the atmosphere. So actually we're just simulating about a 1 meter per second main engine burn. So the engine's going to burn for how many seconds?
I'm not sure actually.
4 or 5 seconds?
Do you remember?
Joni?
Joni, how long does the burn last? On 1 meter?
About 6 seconds.
6. Okay. And what the spacecraft does is the spacecraft always starts from Earth point, and it does a roll, and then it does a yaw, and then you'll unyaw, and then unwind, and come back to Earth point, and then relay all the data back down to Earth. We'll be able, because we're in the integrated test lab, we'll be able to see all the data in real time. So we're actually going to call it out in real time since we're practicing it.
What does SWAMBO stand for?
It stands for She Who Always Must Be Obeyed.
It should take about 29 minutes.
So here it is. When's y'all turn? And they're calling something out right now.
Systems?
Systems.
Systems. The wine roll turn is complete.
The reaction wheels have powered off.
Oh, there it is.
Up, here we go. Hey, attitude control.
You weren't listening.
Nope. I wasn't listening.
They said it. Tina called it out.
Tina, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
You and Masashi are going to have to speak up. You're going to have to develop your Julie voice.
She was literally just saying the words, "Oh, I have to announce," when you said, "Call out the burn status."
It is now more than a month later. All of the testing of commands is over. And on this evening, team members and their families and friends have gathered to see if Cassini will survive its first plunge between the rings and Saturn. The event has been given a name: Gateway to the Grand Finale.
Well, I just want to welcome everyone to our Gateway to Cassini's Grand Finale. And this is a Cassini family event, and I'm so happy to see so many people here to share in what's about to happen tonight.
In 1990, Linda Spilker stood on this same stage speaking of Saturn's rings.
Saturn's rings are more transitory elements of the
Now,
solar
3 decades later, she is Cassini's project scientist and this evening's master of ceremonies.
So at midnight tonight will be the first time Cassini turns back to the Earth, sends a signal, and lets us know that it successfully navigated through this gap where it's flown for the very, very first time. So we have a lot in store. It'll be very exciting.
While awaiting news at midnight, updates are given on Cassini's latest science discoveries, and a time-honored JPL ritual is acknowledged.
Now, I'm not particularly superstitious, but you know there's a long-standing JPL tradition. So last night, I went out and I decided we needed to have some lucky peanuts, just in case. And I thought about it some more and I thought, maybe we need 2 jars of lucky peanuts. And with that, I'd like to introduce the Cassini Virtual Singers. The Virtual Singers really take the heart and the soul of Cassini and capture it with music. So, tonight, live from JPL in Pasadena, California, just back from their multi-world tour, we now have the Cassini Virtual Singers.
Cassini flies over the ocean. Cassini flies over the seas. Cassini flies through the living plains. Oh, send back, oh, send back. Send back your data to me, to me. Send back, oh, send back. Send back your data to me. Send back, oh, send back. Send back your data to me, to me. Send back, oh, send back. Send back your data to me.
As the Cassini singers take their bows, flight team members slip away to take up their positions on console in mission control.
I-Radio 5 by also. Power, voice check on FSO cord.
I-Radio 5 by 5, Homie.
I-Radio 5 by also.
Yes, sir. Two notes past long.
Check on FSO cord.
I-Radio 5 by 5.
I-Radio 5 by also. Flight Director and Project Manager, I'd like to announce at this time that all stations are ready to support.
Copy it. Copy that. Thank you.
Okay, what we're looking at here is the mission support area, and they each have their various stations looking at different aspects of the spacecraft, and they just went through a check to make sure that everyone can hear everyone else in the MSA, and we also have sound into that room as well. So Eric, do you want to talk about what we're seeing on the screen over here?
Yeah, so on the left, that is the signal that Deep Space Network is currently detecting, which is nothing. It's just a flat noise signal right now. But what we're all going to be looking for here is for a spike to pop up out of that noise. And when we see that spike, it means that we're receiving a signal from Cassini.
We have X-band carrier signal detection in the open loop receiver.
That's a nice booming signal. So the carrier signal is there. We'll have to wait a few more minutes until that we'll see if there's actual data flowing. But this is a great sign. Woo!
Receiving back Cassini's carrier tone means the spacecraft has survived the first dive.
Signal just came booming through right on time. Couldn't have been better.
Along with feelings of relief is the hope that science data will soon begin to flow. But now comes a moment of confusion. How to best listen for Cassini's signal.
SCO Systems, Cassini Ace, the station is currently looking for the X-band one-way carrier signal, and they're also going to attempt to lock up to the 1896 rate, so standby one, I'll let you know if they get it.
Ace, this is Flight Director. Don't have them lock up on the 1896.
Okay, you just wanted to look for carrier? And SCO Systems, Cassini Ace, the station has locked up to the X-band one-way signal at neg 140 dB, which is expected for the 1896 rate.
No.
Copy?
SCO Systems, this is Nav.
Nav, go ahead.
We're seeing a one-way Doppler signature.
Copy.
The moment of uncertainty ends as quickly as it began, and Cassini begins transmitting its science data sooner than expected.
Flight director on net. Well, we're waiting for 12:05, but it looks like we're early.
Playback is locked.
Copy.
Oh my God.
Well, if there's any more questions, I'd be happy to take questions. I mean, this is the big moment that we waited for, and it's here, and it's every bit as good as we had hoped.
We're okay for 22 weeks. We're okay now.
The spacecraft went through the ring plane just clean as can be. There were no indications of fault protection. Telemetry data playback is exactly where it's supposed to be. We can all go home. We don't have to spend all night fixing everything up. The spacecraft's in perfect shape.
One more.
System lead, this is ACS. ACS, go ahead. The downlink roll has started. At this time, we would like to report that all the initial conditions checked out. Initial attitude and wheel speeds look good. All instruments are on. The star tracker is tracking 5 stars, so that looks good. Both sun sensors A and B are both on, so they match each other's telemetry at this time. We're waiting for the roll to give us a full quadrant checkout for the rest of the pass. Other than that, ACS looks great. Copy. Flight director and project manager, this is systems lead. All subsystems have reported in, including the SIP lead at this time, and everything is nominal.
Congratulations, everyone.
Copy.
Hello everyone, I'm Ye Hill and welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. After 2 decades in space, NASA's Cassini spacecraft reached the end of its remarkable journey of exploration. Today, the spacecraft made its final approach to the giant planet and plunged into the Saturn's upper atmosphere, ending this extraordinary mission. But due to the vast distance between Earth and
the Cassini mission has actually not ended. Not yet. The grand finale event is still a week away. This is a rehearsal.
The sun isn't up yet, and more than 1,500 Cassini scientists, engineers, alumni, their friends and family have gathered in Mission Control here, Von Karman Auditorium at JPL, Beckman Auditorium at Cal.
What's true for engineers is also true for JPL's public communications team. A little pre-planning to work out the kinks can be worth its weight in gold.
Australia, it's 4 a.m. here in California. The loss of signal really happened at about 3:30 Pacific time, a half hour ago. Why is the team here?
We thought it'd be over.
We will be checking back with you in just a couple of more minutes. There is a huge crowd at Beckman Auditorium at Caltech right now. Cassini science team member Morgan Cable is there. Morgan, what is it like out there?
Hi, Gay. This is Morgan here at Caltech, and the atmosphere is electric.
I believe we're going to a bumper.
And I'm one of those hoping that Cassini will hang in there and fight for the very last seconds of data.
What's going on?
Well, we've just got the word that the Cassini has given us its last bit of data. The room is celebrating, lots of hugs going on, a few tears.
With me now is NASA Director of Planetary Science, Jim Green. Jim, thanks for joining us.
You know, Gay, this really has been a historic mission.
Before we do that, let's take a moment to chat with JPL Director Mike Watkins. What's your feeling about the success of the Cassini mission?
You know, I could not be more proud about the role that we've had in this mission.
With me now is Alvaro Jimenez, the ESA Director, and the Director of Science, ESA Director of Science, Roberto Battiston.
But all kidding aside, the planning paid off. For the elaborate multimedia and interactive coverage of Cassini's grand finale would be watched by millions.
And the Emmy goes to NASA JPL Cassini's grand finale.
And earned JPL its first ever Emmy.
I got to thank the stars that made a bunch of geeky rocket scientists, rocket engineers and scientists into rock stars.
Here's the Huygens image of the gullies.
Less than a week remains before Cassini's end, and team members from around the world are arriving to take part in the grand finale.
And yet the site has...
This is the final meeting of the Science Radar Group.
So we've actually been at this for 40 years. This is an image from 1976. It's one of Bruce Murray's Purple Pigeon projects. And here's what became the Huygens probe, beaming the data to Cassini, which is flying by. So that far in time, and I want to make a caveat that...
As they meet, a billion miles away, Cassini is flying by Titan for the last time.
Right now, Cassini is flying close to Titan, 74,000 miles away. And Titan's gravity has given Cassini its final push, its goodbye kiss, and its fate is sealed. Wow. And toast to great spacecraft, a wonderful mission, and our final pass by Titan. I worked on the Cassini mission for over 30 years, and that's the time it takes Saturn to circle the sun a single time. And when you work on a mission for that long of a time, and when you work for people, many of whom stayed and were there as long as I was, you really start to feel like family. You get to know each other, you take vacations together, you attend meetings together, you see your families grow up together. And then when the mission ends, it's hard because you know you'll keep in touch with this family, these people who feel like friends, and yet you also know you'll go your separate ways.
So for the people who have been with the team from the beginning, thank you, and I hope you found this. You are now 30 years wiser and smarter, and this has been a great experience. But for the people who joined later, hopefully you found that also a great stepping stone and great experience for you guys to lead the future of planetary exploration. So thank you again.
Cheers.
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 Where are the cookies?
The next day, Cassini engineers gather for their last in-flight operations meeting.
5502 is when we predict to hit 100% duty cycle, and AACS predicts loss of signal 12 seconds after that.
Navigation, Dwayne.
As of yesterday at about 1:30 in the afternoon, we had our last Titan 5i, and we're on our way into Saturn now.
DSN, Mike.
So we had 7 passes last week, 14 command files, including the last set of built. So we have no more commanding for real time.
That's 101, Jen.
Okay, the spacecraft's basically nominal. We have no new ISAs, no other errors. And then basically we've got the end of the sequence. We're just clocking out.
Here we are knowing that this is the end is very sad, but knowing in a mission like Cassini, where we had an ending date, we had a sequence of events to follow, gave us some purpose.
All the team stepped up. I'm very grateful for all your support, and I just want to say thank you.
Does anyone else have anything? Yeah. Just because everyone else has piled on with the thank yous, you here and in the room and out on the phone have rocked the world. And this is our last meeting with the spacecraft, but it has just been an incredible ride. I am very, very proud to have been associated with all of you. And As an incentive for next meeting, when we don't have a spacecraft, we will bring donuts.
Thanks, everyone.
I know you're already there's 2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours to count.
Yep. It is now 2:55 in the morning in California. We've got about 2 hours to go till the end. Science data on the recorders is done. We're currently in our real-time plunge configuration. So everything now is essentially real-time data from the instruments as we go into the planet. The FFTs will begin to fade and decrease, and then at just one point they'll just disappear entirely, and that'll be the end. That'll be the end.
It's really hard to end the mission this way. This one's been my companion, constant companion for 22 years. My job has always been take care of the spacecraft. Everything's working just perfectly. I mean, you have to recognize the fact that we're out of propellants, but I have no idea how I'm going to feel.
Look, this is my screen up here. So this screen here is the last 10 minutes of the one up at the top. The one at the top is kind of the big picture. And this one has atmosphere modeled. This is also the last 10 minutes, but this one does not have atmosphere modeled. So what we're hoping to see when we get to the very end and get into the atmosphere is this one's going to start being different from this one. Right now they look very similar. Once this one starts changing from this one, then we know that we're in the atmosphere and we're experiencing drag on the spacecraft.
About a minute before loss of signal. The other spot we've got over to the attitude control system, those charts on the right of that screen are showing thruster activity, and we're going to watch those just go right up the wall, so to speak. And again, for about a minute. I mean, everything happens so fast right now.
Okay. So what we're seeing is each of these little places where the curve turns around is where the thrusters are firing. We're trying to control the orientation of the spacecraft, and every time we see a little change of direction, that's a thruster pulse. And those pulses are getting more and more frequent, and the reason for that is we're getting closer to Saturn, and its gravity gradient is starting to rotate the spacecraft around. What's going to happen is eventually, instead of bouncing slowly along the edge, it's just going to be sitting right on the edge, firing the thrusters continuously, all the way up to the point where the thrusters are on fully, and it can no longer maintain that attitude, and then we'll just drift outside of our thresholds, and then we'll be tumbling. That will be the end of it.
When do we want to tear up the ceremonial anomaly plan? RQ.
1052. If you think of Cassini as a symphony, this is the final movement. There's so many emotions. I mean, it's such a great, sweet ride it's been a triumph. We are a village. It has been a phenomenal teamwork. We finish each other's sentences, we tie each other's shoes. It is absolutely going to be something that I will never be able to recreate, and I will miss it greatly.
Among those arriving is Mike Watkins.
These were not always at 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Right?
Were you able to get any sleep before this?
A couple hours, a little bit.
Watkins is 1 year into leading JPL. The fourth JPL director Cassini has seen.
Hello everyone, I'm Gay Yehill, and welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. After 2 decades in space, the Cassini spacecraft has reached the end of its journey at Saturn. The spacecraft made its final approach to the giant planet. Meanwhile, it is 4 a.m. here in California. The sun is not up yet, and more than 1,500 Cassini scientists, engineers, alumni, friends, and family have gathered for this moment. How does it feel, Todd, to be here?
Hi, Gay. Well, it's great to be back. as you and I sat there in 2004, we never dreamt we'd be here in 2017 still talking about Cassini and collecting science data. So I'm just thrilled to be here, even having aged some years since SOI.
Flight Director Systems Lead.
Go ahead.
All subsystems are nominal. We are go for final plunge.
Copy.
Yeah, you can start.
It's what?
It's starting to come down as well.
The spacecraft has just crossed 40 degrees north latitude. Copy, thank you.
The trajectory is the very latest trajectory that we've reconstructed with the latest data that we could get. So that little dot here, that's Cassini. So it's pretty accurate. And yeah, it's cool.
Systems Lead, mission planning.
There you go.
Go ahead, mission planning. Spacecraft has just crossed 30 degrees north latitude. Altitude is 6,000 miles. Copy, thank you.
Miles.
Yeah, fun calling out miles. That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, we usually don't use them. Like,
We never use miles.
Well, we are a little over 10 minutes away from the loss of signal, so we will be focusing our attention to the control room very soon now. But before we do, let's take a moment to chat with JPL Director Mike Watkins. So, Mike, how are you feeling?
Well, first, good morning.
Yes, very early
We
morning.
always tend to do these events somehow at 3 in the morning or 5 in the
Why
morning.
did they
All
do
these-
that?
But, you know, it's kind of a bittersweet event for all of us, I think. For me personally, it's more sweet than bitter because Cassini's been such a fantastic mission. But I think, you know, one of the important things about these events is to celebrate the incredible hard work, the decades of hard work of the team that designed, built, and operated Cassini. And that's really, right, the heart of the spacecraft is really the people that worked on it and the people that have been operating it. And this is a great time to celebrate that level of dedication, that devotion, you know, to work on something for 10, 20, 30 years. That's sort of unparalleled in human history.
Systems, this is ACS-1. Go ahead, ACS.
We're still waiting for a transition to high rate mode, but it looks like we're going to start accumulating thruster on time at a higher rate now, and our attitude control error is starting to be more active. Copy. And we are in the atmosphere.
Copy, thank you.
oh yeah, there.
Now we're really going down. That's it. Spacecraft hanging in there.
Yeah.
Flight Director, ready science. We have lots of signal at X-ray band and Sierra band.
Project Manager, Flight Director.
Go ahead.
Okay, we call loss of signal 115546 for the S-band, so that would be the end of the spacecraft.
Project Manager on FSO Coord. I hope you're all as deeply proud of this amazing accomplishment. Congratulations to you all. This has been an incredible mission, an incredible spacecraft, and you're all an incredible team. I'm going to call this the end of mission. Project Manager off the net.
feeling was, I want to hug somebody and share saying goodbye. And that was hard. It was hard to say goodbye.
And 7-4, if you're listening, program manager has confirmed end of mission at 115546. This concludes Cassini's 13-year exploration of the Saturn system.
The looks that you see on people's faces, we're not acting. We felt that. You're looking at raw emotion at that point. I thought I was going to be okay, and I wasn't. We did it, and it worked, but it's over. Now what?
We're doing this long time.
Yeah. Let's do another one.
Yeah, let's do another one.
Maneuver lead, this is ACS.
ACS, go ahead.
The post-burn unwind roll turn is complete.
Copy, thanks.
FSO core.
Flight director, go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead and check people off net. We'll debrief everybody in here on the net, and we'll walk through what we need to do, including what happens with the DPUs.
Okay, copy. Got it. Thank you.
Maneuver lead, this is thermal.
Thermal, go ahead.
The thermal devices subsystem is nominal following the maneuver. Requesting permission to go off the net.
Copy. Sounds good. Thanks for your support.
Copy that.
Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to report that telecom is nominal, the subsystem is nominal, and the Doppler and telemetry look good, so we would request to sign off the net.
Copy. Sounds good. Thanks for your support. CDS, go ahead.
Yeah, we note that the CDS system is nominal at this time, and we'd like to sign off the net.
Okay, copy. Thanks for your support.
Power is nominal, and I'd like to request permission to get off the net.
Copy. Thanks, Power. SFP, go ahead. I can confirm no fall protection activity, and all telemetry is per predict as of page 10 on the procedure, and SFP would like permission to go off net. Okay, copy. Thank you.
Final status for the OTM on our side is about 1 sigma off. Request for signing off.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Commands in the maneuver, and done my final queries, and it looks like a nominal burn. So I'm requesting permission to sign off the net.
Okay, copy. Thanks for your support.
Maneuver lead prop.
Prop, go ahead.
Burn time was nailed within about half a second, so it looks like a good RCS burn with respect to prop.
Ace, maneuver lead on FSO cord.
Maneuver lead, Ace.
Yes, at this time all subsystems have reported a nominal burn for OTM 469, so I will be signing off as systems lead.
Copy that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Imagine living in a modern metropolis full of opportunities, endless sunshine, Hollywood celebrities, and fancy cars. That was the American dream. That was Los Angeles in the early 1940s. But in the morning of July 26, 1943, in the middle of World War II, the sun didn't rise over the city. A throat-burning noxious gas covered the sky. Entire city blocks faded away. A thick fog that made people's eyes sting and their noses run had taken hold of the city. They were under attack. Or so they thought at the time. But the attack didn't come from the outside. Massive wartime production facilities, a high increase in population, and the exhaust fumes of cars, combined with the geography of the valley, made the city a trap for air pollution. The day after the first event, city officials tried to control the damage by restricting emissions from power plants and industry. But while these efforts helped reduce air pollution, smog episodes continued to occur. Scientists discovered that volatile compounds, like the gases produced due to evaporation of gasoline during the refining process, and nitrogen oxides generated during the combustion inside car engines, both reacted with sunlight, creating a highly toxic gas, ozone. And sunlight isn't precisely something Southern California lacks. But this wasn't a localized phenomenon. Other U.S. cities also experienced high ozone concentration levels. These cases made society aware of the importance of keeping track of emissions and lead politicians to implement policies to improve the quality of the air we all breathe.
Air quality is a serious global problem. More than 7 million people die per year due to the effects of air quality.
There's many economies around the world that are growing, and what the United States has seen is that your economy can still grow while your air pollution levels are decreasing, but it takes some effort to do that. The good news is that air pollution levels around the world are gradually decreasing.
In fact, air quality trends have improved in the last decade as a result of policies developed to reduce air pollution.
Back in the 1950s, Los Angeles had a really awful.
So when the Clean Air Act began, it was a commitment to cleaning up the air. But the actual legislation and the differences took a long time to put into place. And so here in Asia, we're at the beginning of that process.
These nations that are still increasing in their standard of living and increasing in their pollution levels can learn from what's happened in the industrialized nations. We can have a more rapid decrease in pollution levels.
Now we know how to put together effective policies to control air quality.
Understanding that economic growth and industrial development bring air quality problems and knowing how to deal with it in the future is vital for us to keep progressing as a society. Now we have better tools, better technology, and more knowledge. We can act faster and more efficiently to address pollution issues.
QPSK is an international cooperative field campaign between NASA and the Korean National Institute for Environmental Research.
The Ministry of Environment of Korea has put in a great deal of effort into improving air quality.
By working with our Korean colleagues, we've been able to design a campaign that is very specific to their knowledge.
Take a deep breath and join us on an expedition that will investigate a major public health problem, air pollution.
One of the difficulties in understanding air quality is that the pollution that affects your health the most is not the initial component put into the atmosphere.
Under certain atmospheric conditions, some of these pollutants react with each other and produce new harmful agents like ozone.
There's 3 key ingredients to make ozone: NOx, hydrocarbons, and sunlight.
So think of ozone as an important cleansing agent from the atmosphere. When you have a big stain to clean, you use a lot of cleanser. And when you create a lot of pollution, a lot of ozone becomes evident in the atmosphere. That's helping to clean the atmosphere, but it's also impacting our health. We have primary pollutants. Nitrogen oxides and reactive hydrocarbons are most important in the formation of ozone.
Your car emits both NOx and hydrocarbons due to unburned fuel.
But the ozone itself comes from the chemistry, so we call it a secondary pollutant because it results from the chemistry that occurs after the emission of the nitrogen oxides and the reactive hydrocarbons.
When nitrogen oxides and hydrocarbons react with sunlight, they produce a harmful secondary pollutant, ozone. But wait, isn't ozone good for us? Well, it depends.
The role of ozone in the atmosphere is quite complex. In the stratosphere, ozone is a great benefit because it protects us from UV radiation. In the lower atmosphere, ozone is also a benefit because it's responsible for initiating the chemistry that cleanses the pollution out. But when pollution levels are very high, the chemistry runs amok and you create very high levels of ozone. And those ozone levels can become so high that they become reactive with ours and become a problem in terms of health.
Photochemical smog is considered to be a problem of modern industrialization. It is present in all modern cities, but it is more common in cities with sunny, warm, dry climates and a large number of motor vehicles. It can also affect rural areas, where agriculture, trees, and forest fires can release a considerable amount of volatile organic compounds, or VOCs.
What are the sources of VOCs? Well, we have just the evaporation of gasoline when you're filling your tank, petrochemical plants, the refineries that are making gasoline for us from oil, and also the plastic companies that are making plastics, polyethylene, polypropylene.
In terms of reactive nitrogen, man's activity far outpaces the natural sources, and so we can say that when nitrogen oxide, that's man. When you talk about reactive hydrocarbons, actually vegetation plays a major global role in creating them.
Trees can emit that pine tree smell you smell, but also a lot of the deciduous trees are emitting isoprene. Isoprene is very reactive and very good at making both particles and ozone.
But fortunately, they create very specific molecules, and when man creates pollution, it creates a different chemical mix. And so we can look at the constituents of the reactive hydrocarbons to determine whether it's nature or whether it's man.
But because these compounds travel with the wind, they can affect different parts of the world. Recently, scientists from other airborne campaigns were able to trace the origin of unusual high levels of ozone in the air above the western Pacific Ocean. They found that they were linked to the organic compounds released by forest fires in Southeast Asia and Africa, half a world away.
The atmosphere is a shared resource, and we're seeing more and more that the entire northern hemisphere is suffering from pollution background levels that are due to all of us, not just one.
Everyone living in a big city around the world is breathing polluted air, and it is having an impact.
It's part of the tug of war between progress and the price that we pay for that progress. And so that balance needs to be maintained into the future as we continue to develop economically, develop technologically. We have to pay attention to how that's impacting the air quality.
Our world is an interconnected system, and the impact of air pollution goes beyond the air we breathe.
All of the processes that are emitting and causing air pollution are also putting CO2 into the atmosphere, causing climate change, global warming.
It also affects our soils, our glaciers, our oceans, our climate.
And this is a problem that's going to affect our children and our grandchildren So it's very selfish of us to ignore this long-term problem that is created by us.
In a laboratory setting, you can artificially control different parts of the problem, so each effect can be isolated. That's hard to find in nature.
Seoul, South Korea. A megacity with over 25 million people and a population density which is almost twice that of New York and 8 times greater than Rome. Despite being a modern and massive megacity, South Korea still counts with many forests and rural farming communities throughout the country. But why is South Korea an ideal natural laboratory to carry out air quality studies?
We have a bunch of factors. We have a very large city, a mega city, the 4th largest city on the planet, with lots of cars, lots of power plants. And then downwind from that, we have a forest. So we have the urban plume reacting with the natural emissions from the forest.
This is a perfect place on the globe to try to understand how the mixture between man's emissions and nature's emissions can create poor air quality.
Air pollution is an important environmental problem in modern societies. The rapid growth of new economies and industries in developing countries makes it very difficult to address environmental issues.
Korea has been developed very quickly after the Korean War. Actually, economic success gave us lots of benefits to the people. However, this also brought many environmental issues, including air quality.
So general public has been known about the yellow dust issue before, and in recent they start to learn about the fine particle issues and ozone issues. They're starting to pay their attention to those newer issues emerging to our society.
Korean government has been making persistent effort to improving air quality. We participate in this project as though understanding of current situation with aerial, ground, ship, on the top of current simple ground observation, crucial in future improving air quality.
We are definitely pay attention to solve this issue, and general public wants to know how we can actually achieve that goal.
Developing effective strategies to balance the economic growth and the good health of the population is key to continue growing and prospering as a society.
Unfortunately, policy always lags emissions, and so it usually takes time to understand what's causing the poor air quality, and then regulations can take effect.
It's a tough problem. We haven't solved it completely in the U.S. But here, I think you're right. We're learning a lot more about the specific sources in this area so that here locally the government can decide what's the most effective strategies to use, because we don't want to hinder economic development. We just want to know what are the smartest choices you can make so you get the best bang for the buck.
In the United States and in Europe, this has taken place over a long period of time. Things in Asia are growing very rapidly, and so we're in the middle of that process.
But the difference is that now, with our knowledge and technology, we are better prepared to address these complex environmental issues.
In these days, many countries in East Asia have been developing very quickly as well. Course AQ mission makes people aware of the seriousness of current air pollution.
So we are thinking, based on this mission, more general understanding, getting better and better, and eventually we can find something to actually reflect to the strategy.
Chorus AQ mission results will help develop improved ways to assess this challenging task.
Current investigation will definitely help us gain deep understanding of air pollution phenomenon in global scale.
This is a lab. Measuring instrumentation, probes, sensors, gas and liquid chemicals, computers. Yeah, this is a lab, but maybe not the lab you would expect. Meet the NASA DC-8 Airborne Laboratory.
The airplane is designed for different instrumentation suites depending on the missions that we fly. So we have multiple zenith ports that look up, we have multiple nadir ports that look down, and of course many of the window blanks there.
There are 25 instruments on board the aircraft, not only from NASA, but from many universities and other government labs and organizations. And together, they paint a picture of the atmosphere that can allow us to completely evaluate what emission sources in the peninsula are contributing to poor air quality and how the chemistry actually works in terms of the outcome at the end of the day when ozone and particles are such a concern.
Yeah, this integration is about as big as we do, and if you've seen on board the airplane, you can see it's very full with all the racks and most of the windows, covered with the in situ probes that are there.
The CHORUS AQ campaign will gather air quality data in and around the Korean Peninsula from multiple sources, such as ground stations and maritime sensors. However, the CHORUS AQ aircraft will be the ones to provide the most detailed information over a larger geographical area and at different altitudes.
So in order to understand how it all works, we have several aircraft that we have to fly. One is the one I'm standing on right now, the NASA DC-8. The DC-8's role is to measure the atmosphere directly. From this aircraft, we can measure literally over 100 different compounds in the atmosphere.
The airplane flies as easily at 500 feet as it does at higher altitudes. That enables us to do both remote sensing, which is using radars or LiDARs, as well as we can fly lower, we can do vertical profiles with our in situ sensors, which is currently what we got mostly on this airplane.
In order to understand the atmosphere, there are many different molecules that we have to measure. The satellite will not see all of them. And so by being able to measure what the satellite will see and at the same time see all of the details, we can begin to understand what sources and what meteorologies and what combinations of conditions will affect what we see from space.
By combining detailed measurements from aircraft with those made by satellites, we can get a better picture of pollutants in our atmosphere.
So this aircraft carries instruments that work just like the satellite instruments. The higher we fly, the wider the patch of Earth we can see.
During the campaign, NASA King Air aircraft will mimic the measurements future satellites will make.
We fly at about 28,000 feet, and at that altitude we see about a 5-mile wide patch of ground. It's like mowing the grass. We're just trying to cover a patch on the ground continuously and make a map of what the pollutant distribution looks like.
So we have a small King Air aircraft flying above all throughout the day, measuring the way the future satellite will measure air quality. Meanwhile, the DC-8 flies underneath, showing what the distribution of pollution is above the ground. That allows us to understand how to connect what the satellite sees with what's at ground level.
CHORUS AQ has in its team 2 smaller aircraft equipped with atmospheric chemistry measuring instrumentation. A King Air from NASA Langley Research Center, and a King Air provided to the Korean National Institute for Environmental Research by Hanseo University.
The Hanseo King Air aircraft is relatively smaller than DC-8 in NASA. It can freely access source of pollution and measure air quality capital territory that cannot approach using DC-8.
Working all together, scientists from the CHORUS AQ campaign will provide valuable data and test the technologies needed to better understand air quality and the flow of pollutants within our atmosphere.
We can only fly the planes for a very short period, but the details that you get from the aircraft help inform the observations from space and from the ground and how models can interpret those observations.
From this mission, we'll have better models and better mission data for Asia, and so we'll be able to extend the usefulness of this well beyond South Korea to other developing cities around the world.
We have the tools to study our atmosphere. Now, let's go exploring.
Hey everybody, this is Beck, and I'm a maker of music. And like the great Sun Ra said, space is the place.
And I'm Farah. I work at NASA, and I use AI to explore Mars.
And I brought a few friends along who know something about artificial intelligence.
Hi, I'm John.
Hi, I'm Isabel. We are both artists working with NASA using artificial intelligence.
This is Ask NASA.
So Beck, you just released a set of new music videos using a lot of NASA imagery, and I grew up loving space, and obviously those images are used by scientists. What inspires you about space, and how you came up with this idea?
Well, the title of the record came from a video game, a really primitive video game from the 80s called Asteroids. When the asteroids were going to kill you, and they were just about to collide with your spaceship, that you would hit this button and it would make you disappear and reappear somewhere else in the galaxy. And I always wondered what that button was called, and I looked it up one day, and it was called hyperspace. So I sort of, it got my mind thinking into music and song ideas. Because I think in some way, I think of music as sort of a hyperspace button. You know, it's something that we press play on a piece of music and it takes us somewhere out of our lives, out of our circumstances. But I did like the feeling of the music, that there was this sort of thread of outer space, kind of wide vista of space and time, existing in the songs.
Artificial intelligence is the ability for machines or computers to make autonomous and intelligent decisions. That can look like recognizing patterns or analyzing images or learning certain behaviors and then mimicking them.
I mean, right away when we heard hyperspace, we thought we have to use AI for this. Beck was already creating a sonic environment that went to like the edges of our understanding and the way that we see. And that's something that we're most excited about working with AI with, that it expands our modes of thinking. And then just the title, hyperspace, literally means to go beyond 3 dimensions. The one that we use for this particular project, it literally works in a 512 dimensional space. The process begins with the AI training on the images. So if we showed it just a few hundred, it wouldn't know that much. But what was so great about working with NASA's decades deep, archive of knowledge is that it could really learn. So for weeks and weeks, the AI trained on as many images as we could show it. I think in the end, it looked at over 25 million images. Sometimes that was multiple times looking at the same images to try and understand these images.
Yeah, basically imagery of anything in our solar system is how we get started in the process of exploration, right? And so when we first went to Mars or when we sent Cassini to Saturn, we had some thoughts about what we might find based on that imagery, and that's what allows us to really focus down on the type of science we're going to do.
I worked a lot on the database creation, and I feel almost like I could draw a picture of the galaxy now just from going, like anyone can do, just by working with the NASA websites and going through the archives. Like the AI was then able to take that and recognize colors that were happening a lot, recognize shapes that were happening a lot. I remember when it first showed us what it thought Saturn looked like. I was blown away.
Yeah, and even then, seeing these images and getting all the info, it is overwhelming, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about other worlds, we're talking about other realities we probably won't ever get to experience in our lifetimes. This is the closest we'll come to touching the unknown. This project is so interesting because it really came out of the theme of the record. I would have loved the idea of taking sounds from these missions in space and putting them into the music itself.
The coolest thing that we have coming up which we can point you to when it comes out, is that Perseverance actually has 2 microphones on board, and it's the first time we'll have real audio from Mars. So we'll have audio as we're landing on the planet, so that during entry, descent, and landing, and then we'll have audio when we're driving, or the rover has a laser, and so you'll be able to actually hear that laser zap on another planet, which is kind of something that's kind of hard to even wrap your mind around.
And that hasn't been recorded before?
No, not with a microphone, not this way. We've never had a microphone on the rover like that.
Okay, well, send those audio files my way when you get them.
Absolutely. So on Perseverance, we actually have an extra computer, and so that extra computer allows us to make the rover smarter, and we actually self-drive on Mars. So the rover has to take imagery of the area in front of it, literally build its own map. It can then identify different types of obstacles and slopes, and based on that and its knowledge of where it's able to drive, it decides on the path.
The Mars database was in one of the easiest ones because it's where we have the most high resolution imagery. It's been so well captured from so many different points of view.
We've seen the soil on a terrestrial level, and then we also have imaging of Mars from above, and looking through this data set of massive data set of incredible images. Once we trained the AI on that, it was able to kind of produce such vivid, strange imagery, because Mars itself, I think, is so much more complex and so much more deep and varied than we imagine it is.
Okay, so one more cool feature about the Perseverance rover is that it can also act as a scientist. The rover can look at the environment around it, look at all the rocks, and say, hey, this rock over there looks really cool. Let me image it, use my laser to zap it, and figure out what's under that surface, send all of that data back to the scientists. So it allows us to essentially have scientists on Mars making decisions without having humans in the loop here on the ground.
I think, to me, the idea of space is a bit overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Just the idea of listening to a piece of music and we go somewhere else, our lives change. It's a mirror to this other idea of space and space exploration, and letting the imagery of these other worlds, these unknown places with this music, I think has been really satisfying to me. I feel really fortunate to have you all open your doors to me and my music, and for us to go somewhere with it that was unexpected, even for me.
Let's just make a space or something.
Here, let me get my video up.
Sorry, guys.
We'll get it. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
NASA. This is Ask NASA. I mean, that would be the show tune way. There's all kinds of guitars. This guitar is actually from 1901, and it has these ivory pegs. All right, so these are some vintage keyboards. And this is the 808, which is responsible for the sound of all trap music. This is the Moog. And this is responsible for most of the music of the 80s. There's a couple of pedals that I use. Little bits and bobs.
Exploring the universe is a daunting task. There are often immense challenges that must be overcome before even setting out on a mission. The Ionospheric Connection Explorer, or ICON, has faced multiple barriers that have delayed its journey to study the frontier of space, the dynamic zone high in our atmosphere, where Earth's weather meets space weather. But before we can reap the benefits of its scientific research, ICON must launch successfully. The ICON team's can-do spirit will be repeatedly pushed to its limits while striving for a long-awaited and hard-earned T0.
successful space launch requires flawless execution of a highly complex machine, and Pegasus Icon is no different. During previous attempts, we observed some anomalous readings. We worked through that with NASA and implemented corrective actions. This will ensure a highly successful mission.
Perseverance is doing something despite difficulty or delay in achieving success. It's a required virtue when the subject is spaceflight and the focus is a successful mission.
Just like any rocket, you have your share of problems that you run into because this is rocket science after all.
Issues arose, but dedication never wavered. The entire ICON team knew this was about more than just rocket science. It was about the payload, science that would benefit all of humanity. As with every NASA program, giving up is never an option.
It has taken us months, hours, days to really resolve a lot of these issues with this integrated team. And thankfully, we were able to get through them, and here we are getting ready to launch.
The ionosphere is not only the area through which radio communications and GPS signals travel, it's also the space where many critical satellites and spacecraft orbit, including the space station that houses our astronauts. But despite the importance of this region, it is not well known. That's why NASA and the University of California, Berkeley built ICON.
The ionosphere itself, where ICON will be doing most of its work, is where the GPS signals travel through, it's where astronauts travel, and so it's very, very key for us to understand this region because it has profound effects on us here on Earth because of what space weather is doing to us, but it also gets profound effects of what our Earth weather is doing to the ionosphere.
By studying how the ionosphere reacts to Earth's atmosphere, it will help scientists and meteorologists forecast the conditions in our space environment, reducing its negative effects on our technology. From 360 miles above Earth, at a 27-degree inclination, ICON will sample ionospheric variations in the lower boundaries of space over the course of hours, days, seasons, and decades. Traveling at more than 4 miles per second, or about 30 times faster than a commercial airliner, this satellite will examine how the ionosphere reacts to our planet's weather.
The ionosphere is highly variable, more variable than we ever expected. Now we think that the answer to understanding the conditions in the ionosphere and being able to predict those conditions relies on our ability to understand how weather below is forcing space weather above. So ICON's built to capture all the information that we think we need to understand the mechanisms and the process by which our lower atmosphere affects our upper atmosphere.
ICON will be sent into orbit by a Northrop Grumman Pegasus XL air-launched rocket. The rocket has 3 solid propellant stages and can deploy satellites weighing up to 1,000 pounds into low Earth orbit.
We selected the Pegasus XL launch vehicle. It provided an excellent combination of mission performance and flexibility for the mission design for a spacecraft of the mass of ICON.
The launch of ICON will be anything but ordinary. It will be carried on the underbelly of Northrop Grumman's L-1011 Stargazer aircraft, a launch pad far above the clouds in the sky.
The one unique thing about Pegasus is that it's air launched. So the L-1011, which is the last flying plane of its kind, it is essentially our launch pad in the air. It's a mobile launch pad that flies up to about 40,000 feet, and that's where we launch the Pegasus from.
With the tireless effort by the team to reach mission success, it is time for ICON to prepare for another launch attempt.
There are no constraints on the
For all involved, this is familiar territory, yet something feels different this time.
It's taking a little extra time and extra care with the launch vehicle, but we're about there.
Why I'm excited right now is that we're getting so close to launch, and it has taken a huge effort to get there.
Vandenberg Air Force Base in California is bustling with activity. The excitement is palpable as ICON literally comes together. Pegasus stages 1, 2, and 3 are assembled. The aft, skirt, and fin installation are now complete. ICON's solar array illumination is tested. And finally, the spacecraft is mated to Pegasus.
Once it's mated to the rocket, there'll be a compatibility test between the rocket and the observatory. So the rocket will be the interface to communicate to ICON, so we can command it. Once we certify that, we will encapsulate it. We'll put it on a transport platform, roll it out to the hot pad, and then integrate it to the L1011.
Now that processing and mating are complete, the ICON mission takes off from Vandenberg. Hours later, it arrives at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station skid strip in Florida. Important logistics must be coordinated with the 45th Space Wing prior to launch. Once in Florida, there is a week of processing and testing prior to launch day. Lieutenant Samantha Parr is in charge of making sure ICON launches into a safe environment.
So I keep track of the weather, I keep track of our instrumentation, and I keep track of our surveillance. And I provide a recommendation to our Launch Decision Authority, and he or she can make a determination on whether or not we're clear to launch.
We are now at launch day. The team has been here before, and optimism is guarded.
It's been a lot of work to get here. At this point, we kind of see the end, and we're looking forward to a mission and putting the satellite into orbit and seeing what that science does in the future.
Anticipation builds to a fever pitch. All systems are now go for launch.
The actual time parameters for a launch of a Pegasus mission is much different than your standard ground-based missile launch. That's tied to the fact that the Pegasus literally has a first stage by being on an airplane. The airplane's at 40,000 feet. It's moving close to 500 miles an hour. It's moving. You can't stop it. You can't slow it down. It is going, and it's dynamic.
The Stargazer jet takes off from the skid strip at the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station.
L1011 is airborne at this time.
The L1011 has now reached a cruising altitude of 40,000 feet and has begun flying in a racetrack pattern.
We fly a pattern called the racetrack. It's an oval in the sky, and so the airplane takes off, flies through the launch point at a lower altitude as it's climbing to the point we're going to launch at, which is roughly 40,000 feet.
We verify that all of our GPS are synchronized and ensure that we are going to put the launch vehicle in the correct heading so that we get the spacecraft into the correct orbit.
LC PEG, go for fin pin retract. LPO, go for fin pin retract and fin sweep.
LC, Senior MEVCO countdown, L1011 is in the box.
About 50 miles offshore of Daytona Beach, the Pegasus XL is released from the L1011.
With the countdown, we hear drop on my mark, 3, 2, 1, drop. And we push a button in the cockpit. The hydraulic releases actually release the rocket.
Pegasus away.
The rocket drops for 5 seconds, the airplane climbs for 5 seconds, and at the end we have a fairly good safety margin.
5 seconds later, the Pegasus rocket ignites.
Stage 1 ignition has been confirmed.
That's the minute that I consider T0 for me.
Soon after Pegasus ignites, first stage booster burnout and separation occurs.
Stage 1 separation confirmed. Stage 2 ignition has been confirmed and attitude is nominal.
Followed by fairing separation and second stage separation.
Fairing deployment has been confirmed.
After third stage separation, the ICON satellite is deployed into its lower Earth orbit.
Spacecraft separation from the Pegasus launch vehicle. So thank you, old friend, for doing that, and good luck, ICON.
It is a monumental moment for the entire ICON team, who banded together to overcome hurdle after hurdle. Powered by teamwork and unwavering dedication to its mission, ICON has overcome all obstacles in its path on the way to a successful T0.
Well, it's been quite a ride. It's been an incredible journey to get to this point. and required the sacrifice of a very large team, we couldn't be more excited and honored to have launched the ICON spacecraft in orbit.
Great job for the team. Congratulations, ICON.
Status check to proceed with terminal count.
There is a moment at the start of every mission when everything comes together. A moment when years of preparation and planning are put to the test.
Clear to proceed.
There are no second chances.
You have permission to launch.
Success or failure is just a heartbeat away.
Rock report range status. Range green.
A spacecraft and its rocket on the pad, fully fueled and ready to launch.
Status check. Go Delta.
In that moment, a controlled explosion is released with such intense power, it can propel a spacecraft off the Earth and into space for the benefit of all. We call this moment T0. This is its story.
To shed light on the mysteries of our closest star, the Sun.
The Sun, the heart of our solar system. It's as familiar as anything we know. Although the Sun has been studied for millennia, it still holds unsolved mysteries about its effects on our daily lives. To better understand the Sun, NASA is preparing to launch a spacecraft called the Parker Solar Probe. It will lift off from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station near the agency's Kennedy Space Center, located in Florida. It's a mission of unprecedented opportunities that could revolutionize our understanding of our star and the Sun's atmosphere, the corona, a long-time destination